Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2026 Global Sustainable Healthy Cities International Conference. This conference is organized by the Taiwan Alliance for Healthy Cities and National Cheng Kung University, co-organized by the Tainan City Government and several academic units of NCKU. We are honored to serve as your Master of Ceremony today. He is Joe from the Institute of Psychology, and I'm Tiffany from the Department of Statistics. It is our great pleasure to be your host today.
各位贵宾、各位与会学者、专家，大家早安！欢迎莅临2026健康城市全球永续国际研讨会。本研讨会由台湾健康城市联盟与国立成功大学管理学院共同主办，并由台南市政府及成大多个校内单位协办。我们是今天的司仪，成大心理所黄胜旭，成大统计系罗以轩，很荣幸今天能有我们在此为各位服务。接下来，让我们以热烈掌声欢迎台南市副市长，同时也是台南健康城市联盟常务监事赵清惠副市长为大会致辞。
Next, please join me in welcoming Ms. Qinghui Zhao, Deputy Mayor of Tainan City and Executive Supervisor of the Taiwan Alliance for Healthy Cities, to deliver her opening remarks.
好，我们各位贵宾，还有我们最敬爱的洪副理事长，还有我们李局长，还有我们来自我们卫福部国健署的沈署长，还有我们成大最支持我们的陈玉女副校长，还有我们来自各地所有的教授、专家，还有我们林丽娟秘书长，还有我们很多社区的伙伴，还有我们社会局，还有我们卫生局跟我们很多市府相关的同仁今天都踊跃报名来听取这一场非常重要的论坛。那在这边代表黄伟哲市长诚挚的欢迎大家来到台南。
Distinguished guests, esteemed experts and scholars from Taiwan and around the world, and also our good friends. I won't name you one by one, okay, in English. It will be too hard for me. All right. Welcome to Tainan City. I am the Deputy
Mayor. I'm Zhao. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Zhao Huiqing. On behalf of Zhao Qing, sorry, Zhao Qinghui, I just got the name this morning. Sorry. On behalf of Mayor Huang Weizhe and all the citizens from Tainan City, we warmly welcome you to attend this conference and visit Tainan.
那我们知道，现在世界正面临很多，包括气候变迁、高龄化社会以及公共卫生等严峻的挑战。民众对于城市的治理的需求，不只是在硬体上面的建设，更包括我们如何在城市中活得更健康、安心而有尊严。那台南市作为台湾最古老的城市，同时也是台湾最早投入健康城市规划的城市。所以我们也持续希望能够在各个领域的创新思维来推动健康及永续的政策。
As we know that we face those complex issues in climate change, disaster all over the world, and it is quite important for us to build, to empower our citizens for the establish a healthy city. And as Tainan City is the oldest city in urban planning, this one in Taiwan, the first city, we hope that that we will establish the healthy, safe, and dignified life as a model for the all over the world.
那最近几年来，我们跟健康城市联盟，还有成大，还有很多学者，共同来推动台南市以健康融入所有政策的核心理念，逐步来推动跨局处的合作，从健康促进、高龄友善、智慧医疗到绿色城市以及社会营造，跟不同的角度着手来 打造一个兼具韧性、温度的健康城市。那当然，我们也非常荣幸来跟大家分享这些年台南在国内外获得许多的奖项，包括在2025年康健杂志永续健康的调查，我们总成绩是全国第2名，政策规划是全国第1名。那这个也是来自于大家所有的支持，让我们台南市可以继续的往前走。所以我们也希望这些成果不只是在政府部门，也依赖我们的市民社区的协力，来累积更多的台南经验。
Okay, I just translate that as we know that we focus on the innovation for health in all policies, and Tainan City has been worked very hard to obtain several awards, especially in the policy endeavors to gain the award from the government. And we also honored that there are many communities involved in this effort. So I hope that this conference will share all the information, and then all the friends from all over the world will share your experience, so that we all together can improve this endeavor for healthy cities.
Thank you. 那这次的研讨会主题有包括我们的健康治理、跨部门的协作以及永续社会的投资，这些城市发展的关键方向。那台南市作为这次会议的主办城市，我们也非常希望能够透过这次的国际交流，让世界的经验和这个智慧，还有大家政策上的分析，能够进到台南，让台南的经验走向世界。那相信这样的交流跟合作，也可以帮助我们彼此实践健康城市理念，成为最佳的伙伴。
The theme of this conference focusing on health governance, cross-sector collaborations, and investing in sustainable health care for healthy communities. And I would hope that all the experiences from all over the world can bring in to the Tainan City, and Tainan City's experience can be a model for all over the world, so that we together to make all the cities be healthy.
那最后预祝我们这一次的研讨会圆满成功，也敬祝我们所有的贵宾都能够在台南度过一个丰富而美好的时光。再次感谢大家，谢谢。
And I wish this conference to be successful, and then wish you all get all the experiences and can bring back to your places. So welcome again, and hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you.
感谢赵副市长的莅临与致辞。
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Yao, for your inspiring remarks.
接下来，让我们以热烈掌声欢迎主办单位国立成功大学副校长陈玉女副校长为本次研讨会致辞。
Next, it is our great honor to invite Professor Yu Niu Chen, Vice President of National Cheng Kung University, to deliver her speech.
赵副市长，然后署长，还有理事长，还有副理事长，还有我们今天主办的成功大学所有的同仁，还有也是来自国外的学者们，大家早哈，大家好。那非常荣幸能够代表成功大学，然后来参与这个研讨会哦。这个研讨会是以健康城市、健康促进学校与全球永续发展为核心的国际研讨会。那这是一个跨国国界的一个重要平台，让我们共同思考如何在全球化的挑战下，建构更健康、更永续的未来。
Okay. Welcome all distinguished guests. On behalf of National Cheng Kung University, I will welcome all of you to join this conference. And this conference is in combination of healthy cities, health schools, and health communities to get together. As I think okay. Please continue.
健康城市的理念提醒我们，城市不仅是经济跟文化的一个中心，更重要是人们生活与健康的基础那城市的规划、交通、环境跟公共卫生，直接影响到居民的身心福祉。就是唯有打造一个安全跟绿色还有包容的城市，才能真正提升所谓市民的生活品质。
Okay, healthy cities not only include economics or infrastructure of the cities, but also include most important is the life of the residents in their communities. So that will include all the transportations, environment, and safety, green environment, all the issues.
好，在这样的愿景下，大学也扮演着不可或缺的角色。作为健康促进学校，成大积极推动校园健康政策，从医疗照护、心理支持，还有运动休闲到健康饮食与环境安全，全面守护老师跟学生的健康。那我们相信，健康的校园是孕育创新与卓越的基础，也是培养未来我们公民的一个责任。
Okay, as the responsibility for a comprehensive university at NCKU, we provide a safety environment for all the staff, faculties, and students from the campus. So as an example for healthy cities starting point at NCKU, we provide medical care support, and we provide environmental safety. We also integrate all the departments to promote the healthy for all within the campus as an example to represent for Tainan City.
同时，永续发展是全球共同的目标。成大将永续理念融入我们校园的治理研究跟教育当中，推动绿色建筑。人员管理与减碳行动，并在课程中培养学生的永续思维。我们希望学生不仅具备专业知识，更能以全球视野跟社会责任感，面对气候变迁跟资源有限的挑战。
As for the sustainable goals, National Cheng University provide environment such as green buildings and reduce carbons in the environment, and all the climate change issues, not only in the environment, also in the classes, so that we help our students to promote them for understanding, and also take actions, so that they were involved in the sustainable goals.
健康跟永续相互依存那健康的市民才能推动永续的城市，永续的城市才能长久守护市民的健康。大学作为知识的殿堂，正是连结这两者的重要桥梁。成大希望能够跟各位携手合作，透过跨国际交流、研究合作，共同推动健康城市的建构，然后促进大学健康，促进学校的发展，并实践永续的教育使命。
As we know that for healthy people, we will be living in healthy cities, and healthy cities promote healthy people. So it's a positive cycle, and National Cheng Kung University would like to work with all of you, all experts around the world, to promote these sustainable goals.
不好意思，我脱稿稍微说一下。大家都知道，我们台南有一位文学家很有名，然后也是台湾著名的文学家，就是叶石涛。那一句话大家可能都是耳熟能详，就是他说台南是一个适合逐梦，然后结婚以及干活的一个地方。如果我们要把我们的地方变成是大家永续生活，而且是一个温暖的地方，那我们真的是要从永续减碳然后把我们的健康城市能够照顾得更好。那我们成大也会在这样的一个基础上努力，然后让我们共同在这样的一个温暖的社会里边继续前进。谢谢大家，谢谢我们主办单位的一些用心安排，谢谢大家，谢谢。
I think I need to translate this because there is a famous literature writer named Ye Shitao. He ever said that Tainan is a city for making a dream, making your dream become true, and for get married here, has a happy married life. And also, it's good for your work. So if you work in the city, you will be happier, you will be blessed. So that's why Tainan City and National Cheng Kung University has this responsibility to establish a healthy city so that everybody lives here will be happy and blessed. Thank you.
感谢陈副校长的致辞与勉励。
Thank you, Professor Chen, for your inspiring remarks.
接下来，让我们以热烈掌声欢迎上级指导单位卫生福利部国民健康署沈静芬署长为本次研讨会致辞。
Next, it is our great honor to invite Director General Jing Fen-shen of the Health Promotion Administration, Ministry of Health and Welfare, to deliver her remarks.
赵副市长，然后李局长，然后陈副校长，然后林教授，然后以及洪德仁理事长，还有林启珍教授，还有在座与会的贵宾，然后来自世界各地的学者，大家早安哦。So our distinguished guests, I'm Director General Jing Fen-shen, and it's very honor and a pleasure to meet you here in Tainan, Taiwan. And I think I will mix Mandarin and English both so that we can save time. So it's a great pleasure to be here, not only because I'm also from Tainan. I study in NCKU and work in NCKU. So as the Chen Fu Xiaozang just mentioned, that Tainan is a nice city to study, to work, to get married, and to dream. And also, Tainan is an important city when we're talking about health city, because back to 2002, the Health Promotion Administration launched the pilot program starting right here in Tainan City, the Health City program. So we extend the Health City program across all the county over the Taiwan, and the Tainan City was the first member join the AFHC in 2005. So I just talked to Deputy Mayor that I joined the half marathon in Tainan this early March, and I quite enjoy the vibe that all the people run together across the city road and by the sea, and have the breeze passing by your face. And so it also echo one quote that we shape the city, and therefore the city shaped us. So we live in the city, and the city we live in also influence us. So that's the reason why we need to promote health city, because health is not just in the medical setting, in the hospital, in the clinic. It should be around surrounding your living environment. And also, we know that from a famous book, the Atomic Behavior. So the environment is the invisible hand that influence the human behavior. So we know that environment is so important, and we are influenced all by the road we live, the water we drink, and the air we breathe. So it's very important to put health, this concept into all the perspective, also including in the city. So I think today the conference is very important, and we are happy here to join the conference, and in present of the Health Promotion Administration, the Ministry of Health and Welfare, from the government side, we definitely support the policy to promote healthy, and to promote that we should put the healthy in all policy. So I wish the conference be successful, and everyone will be very fruitful in all the discussion and all the communication, and I hope everyone enjoy the conference and enjoy the days in Tainan City. Thank you.
让我们以掌声谢谢沈静芬署长。
Let us give a warm round of applause to Director General Shen. Thank you to our three distinguished guests for their wonderful remarks. We are also honored to have many esteemed guests with us today, and we will now introduce them one by one. First one will be Professor Jason Coben from Department City and Regional Planning and the College of Public Health, University of California, Berkeley.
美国加州大学伯克兰分校城市与区域规划学系暨公共卫生学院 Jason Carbone 教授。
And the next one will be Professor Shinichi Nagata, Institute of Health and Sports Science, University of Tsukuba.
日本筑波大学体育系永田真一教授。
Professor Renval Rockwell, Institute of Health and Sports Science, University of Tsukuba.
日本筑波大学体育学系 Randy Rockwell 教授。
Professor Yi Sun, Department of Building and Real Estate, Hong Kong Polytechnic University.
香港理工大学建筑及房地产学系孙毅教授。
Professor Mark Avery, Health Service Management, Department of Medicine, Griffith University.
澳洲格里菲斯大学健康服务管理学系 Mark Avery 教授。
Professor Koni Tairugan, School of Medicine and Dentistry, Griffith University.
澳洲格里菲斯大学医学与牙医学院 Connie 甘猜如教授。
And we will have two professors who will also join online, which is Professor Shintaro Kono from University of Alberta and Professor Pragashini Govinda from University of KwaZulu-Natal. And now we will welcome another distinguished guest, which will start with Professor Henry Teben, School of Architecture, the Chinese University of Hong Kong University.
香港中文大学建筑学院田恒德教授。
And
接下来让我们介绍台湾健康城市联盟副理事长洪德仁副理事长。
Dr. De Renhen, Vice Chairman of the Taiwan Alliance for Healthy City.
台南市政府卫生局局长李翠凤局长。
Dr. Cui Feng Li, Director General of the Public Health Bureau, Tainan City Government.
澎湖县政府卫生局局长陈淑娟局长。
Dr. Su Zhen Chen, Director General of the Public Health Bureau, Penghu County Government.
成功大学名誉教授前医策会理事长林启珍教授。
Professor Mark Lin, Professor Emeritus of NCKU, former President to the Joint Commission of Taiwan.
现场仍有许多贵宾无法一一唱名，为了留下美好回忆，让我们拍一张大合照。
There are many other honored guests present whom we may not be introduced individually. However, this is still a wonderful moment, and now we will take a big group photo together. So just please take your seat. Maybe we sit a little bit tight. 往中间集中。那先下面这里，然后再讲。好。接下来我们还有另外我们也单，
我先讲，然后再加。OK， 我们就。
什么意思？你想要讲什么？
这边讲完，然后加就是欢迎本次研讨会的主办单位国立成功大学管理学院、管理学院。
好，我们等一下介绍你，然后你就会麻烦你上台，然后就麻烦你介绍那个 Professor Jason。对对对，谢谢谢谢。
OK， 那就
好。
首先，让我们感谢本次研讨会的主办单位国立成功大学管理学院。那接下来我们将进行今天的第一场论坛。本场论坛主题为“城市健康融入所有政策实施与评估”。首先，让我们欢迎本场论坛主持人国立成功大学管理学院副院长王慧佳副院长。
We will now move on to our first symposium. The topic of the session is Urban Health in All Policy, Implementation and Evaluation. Let's welcome the moderator of this session, Professor Huijia Wang, Vice Dean, College of Management, and also it's the host of this conference.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected colleagues, and dear students. It's true great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to today's talk. We are especially privileged to have with us a distinguished scholar from University of California, Berkeley, Professor Jason Coburn. Professor Jason Coburn is the director of the Global Healthy City Center at UC Berkeley, and leading expert in urban planning, environmental justice, and public health. His work sits at the intersection of city, equity, and sustainability, three important critical dimensions which are shaping our future. Today we are honored to have the opportunity to learn from his expertise and experiences. Without further ado, please join me in the warm welcome, Professor Jason Coburn from UC Berkeley.
PPT 放出来一下。We will now try to set up the computer. Please wait a little bit.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to our distinguished guests and colleagues and students. Particularly thank you to Professor Stessa Chow for the invitation. It was a pleasure to host you at Berkeley, and now this is my first time here in Tainan. A little more about me, if you want to find more about me. I'm not going to talk about all of the work that I've done, but much of it related to some of the themes that have already come up this morning about urban health, sustainability, environmental planning, and other issues. So I want to give you some insights, some reflections on some work that we've been doing in California and the United States on health and all policies, and how it has influenced health, but also urban governance, and how communities engage with practice, research, and changing their lives and living conditions. So this is what we call our urban health and all policies. It is inspired by the World Health Organization and global efforts, including those here in Taiwan, around healthy cities and urban health. And really, we looked at some challenges of how can a city address health outside of even public health and the medical system. And I think we've heard that already earlier today. So health and all policies, just for those of you who are not familiar with it, is more of an overarching strategy that health, really health promotion and prevention, is integrated into every decision, both within government, but also in civil society, in communities and with communities. So it's not about getting health care into every organization. It's about thinking about prevention and health promotion and what that means. So I guess I'm trying to read the small screen and the big screen at the same time. What I want to share with you this morning is how in this city in the San Francisco Bay Area where we work outside of, right near UC Berkeley, really try to capitalize or utilize insights from biology, design, neuroscience, and urban planning to improve well-being. And we think it's a unique case, one we've been discussing and working on for a number of years, and actually been inspired, like I said, from other healthy city efforts around the world. So let me introduce you to this community. I'm very much a professor that engages with practice. So like we learned yesterday on the tour around communities, many folks at this university are engaged with community, and I think it's an important distinction between working on communities for health and well-being or with communities. And that's what we've been trying to do in the San Francisco Bay Area. Just to give you a context, and this is in Northern California. You can see I don't have a pointer. Do I have a pointer here? That's not working. Okay. San Francisco, Berkeley. I'm going to be talking about the city of Richmond, California. In this region of almost 8 million people, very diverse in terms of culture, ethnicity, language groups, migration status. And for us, a major challenge that maybe you don't face here is the lack of any centralized planning and a very fragmented society. Fragmented in terms of interests. Every city, small town is competing against their neighbor for economic development, for opportunity, for positive resources, for schools, even for families to move there and for education. And this gives you a sense of sort of where this city of Richmond sits. It's a port city, so much like this city has access to the regional economy, but also is a hub for industrialization. And in fact, the city was a home of much industrialization during World War II, and that had a very steep decline since that period, resulting in lots of unemployment, job loss, and environmental hazards, the legacy of that industrialization in this region. Okay. This is just another view of the San Francisco Bay Area and Richmond, hard to see in this shaded map on the right-hand side, but the darker shading is the lower life expectancy. So this city of Richmond, some other characteristics, that it's, again, a very ethnically and racially diverse community, lots of migrants, but also one of the most violent in terms of gun violence cities. We have a major violence problem, they've probably heard, in the United States, and this city was one of the most violent. It was also one of the unhealthiest, with the lowest life expectancy, highest rates of chronic disease, cardiovascular disease, other chronic diseases, and some of the highest rates of poverty in the entire region. And this combination of both deindustrialization, high poverty, lack of economic opportunity, and high environmental risk was contributing to lots of healthcare burdens, high healthcare costs. Between the violence and the healthcare costs, the city was on the verge of bankruptcy, really about to fail and unable to really manage itself. So we came together, the university, with the city and with some NGO or civil society partners to ask the question, how can we improve this city? How can we improve it and through the lens of health, start to rethink economic, social, and well-being opportunities? So we began almost 20 years ago, very much like the Healthy Cities movement here in Taiwan, with an urban plan. Every city in the United States is required to have a general plan. This is how they look into the future, what they want, how are they going to house their population, how are they going to educate young people, how are they going to support the elderly, where are they going to get their energy from. All those elements are required in a long-range general plan, and those who are planners in the room may understand one of these plans. But in the United States, no general plan had ever explicitly integrated health. And this was a demand coming from this community. We want health to be a priority in our long-range plan. So we organized and got community members, NGOs, local government, health officials together to come up with what we call the community health and wellness element, or a vision for 30 years of redevelopment that would focus on health and well-being from the community's needs. And we put together a partnership called the Richmond Health Equity Partnership to really craft this vision. It was the first ever health and wellness element or community health strategy built into an urban plan. We were quite proud of ourselves. But like most plans around the world that I'm familiar with, they tend to sit on a shelf and people look at them as very interesting documents, but they don't get implemented, or they very rarely get fully implemented. So we wanted to take a different perspective. How could we capitalize on this interest, but also really improve places and community? And I just want to take a step back. I know many are familiar with the idea of a place or context or the ecological determinants of health rather than the biomedical determinants of health. And the work that we've done in Richmond and around urban health and all policies is really focused on the left side of this diagram. What we call in public health the upstream factors, the living conditions, the institutions, the policies, not the downstream, which we all want to have, but where we often think of where health happens, in the clinical setting, in a hospital, healthcare. We want everyone to have access to that. But if we just continue to treat people and send them back into the living and working conditions that are making them sick in the first place, we're going to continue this very costly and difficult cycle. And we wanted to prevent that. So we wanted to move towards the left-hand side, upstream we call it in public health, and focus on the living conditions and changing urban institutions. Again, we did that with community partnership. And I want to emphasize that we didn't just do this because it was the law, and it is required to have community engagement in our public policy and decision making, but we also wanted to identify unaddressed issues, things that were often invisible in communities, and you can see we did this in multiple languages. In this case, we're asking mothers at the school to identify what were the issues that they were worried about, that they influenced their health, that we called stressors to them. And we did a series of workshops like this where they identified stress, and this is in Spanish, but it's some of these are about violence, food security, safety within schools, violence again, safety. Some of the issues we had a sense were coming up began to come up again in these community workshops. So part of creating this vision of urban health and all policies was having community members be active participants in defining the agenda, defining what were the issues. And we also tapped into the research that had been ongoing for at least 20 or 30 years that says our bodies respond in a particular way to chronic stress. And these were stories that we heard from community that were about stress that was ongoing. This is not the kind of stress that you have an exam, you get stressed out, you complete that exam and you score highly, and then you relax and you hang out with your friends and family and you recover. That's healthy stress, and that's part of the normal stress response in our body to elevate our blood glucose levels, our heart rate, a whole host of things begin to happen in our body, the fight or flight mechanisms. But when that stress is chronic, meaning it doesn't turn off because of conditions in your living environment, fear, lack of safe housing, violence, unsafe streets, things that you as an individual have a very difficult time to control. We call that toxic stress. And it's toxic because it's toxic to multiple functions of our body. Our brains, it impacts our ability to make decisions, our memory, our ability to even have close relationships with people. Adversely impacts multiple parts of our brain and our bodies. So it's not just a mental health issue, but it's a physical health issue. Actually makes us more susceptible to infectious diseases because it adversely impacts our immune system. So even infectious diseases, when we had COVID, many people talking about those who were more susceptible from high stress, previous exposures. And many of the chronic diseases that are the leading causes of disability and early death around the world, heart disease and many others, are directly linked back to this stress response. The stress response creates inflammation inside our bodies. It's a protective mechanism, but that's also what clogs our arteries. That's what leads to unhealthy fat around our organs. That's what leads to dysregulation, like I said, of glucose and sugar and diabetes and other chronic diseases that are some of the most costly to manage around the world. So we took that information from community members that they were under this chronic stress and said, could an urban policy reduce those stressors? What would that strategy look like to reverse from a toxic stress to a healthy set of environmental exposures? And we also built on an idea called neurourbanism. And this is that we didn't just want to identify those risk factors, those stressors I just mentioned, but also what is positive in this place? What can we build up? What can we lift up? Cultural practices, things people were already doing to survive and thrive in their daily lives. And neurourbanism is a strategy that says, can we build on the best from neuroscience, from biology, from neurogeography, thinking about how we feel when we move through a space can be as important as how that space actually looks. Do we get stressed out? Do we feel relaxed? That has an impact on our brains and our bodies. We know that even from architecture and design, how buildings look. Is it all concrete or is there glass? Is it welcoming? Can people see outside of a hospital window? Often leads to people to recover faster from surgery when they can see outside that window and even see nature than when there's just a brick wall. So there's a long set of research and literature that we could integrate this idea of a neural response or neuroplasticity, meaning we can change the circuitry within our brains from that stressful, traumatic set of experiences to something positive. But we couldn't find many places that wanted to do this in a city, in an urban environment, with urban policies and practices. There's an emerging kind of area in urban planning called restorative cities or cities of care, where cities are really investing in this type of strategy. So we wanted to build on this in this place called Richmond, California. So what did that look like? Well, like I said, the first thing was the general plan. And as an urban planner, we were very proud of that and happy that we were the first to ever bring a kind of health and eco-social model of health, as I just showed, into city planning. But again, community residents and city officials weren't satisfied. They said, well, what is this plan going to do for us? How do you actually put it into practice? How do you implement it? And that's where we started to look and get inspired by global conversations around health in all policies and healthy cities. And the state of California was the first to create a commission and leadership on health in all policies. And in California, health is organized at the local level. So the state gives guidance, but cities and towns implement health practice. So we had an opportunity. Again, a smaller city in the San Francisco Bay Area, could we use this new health in all policies? Could we bring this health perspective of improving living conditions into an urban management strategy? So we, again, the direction and the push of community organizations, not so much the leadership of the city, although the city was somewhat reluctant but willing to go along, said, okay, we'll draft a new strategy called Health in All Policies. We'll borrow from the best we can find around the world. And we looked at other Health in All Policies in Europe, here in Asia, and even some in Latin America. And we came up with a new law, a new piece of legislation that we put forward to the City Council to vote on would they adopt Health in All Policies for this city of Richmond. And when we put that law forward, we said, we don't just want you to give a directive to every city agency. Focus on health and well-being. Again, not health care, but how you as a housing agency, transport, engineering, parks and recreation, police and fire can promote health and well-being, but also we're going to hold you accountable by developing indicators and metrics of what we want you to achieve in the next 3, 5, and eventually 10 years. And the part that they didn't like was we also tied that to their budget. Said if you do not reach these milestones, you may not get your budget from the city budget. And that took some time to work through the legislature, but eventually was passed in 2014 unanimously by the Richmond City Council, becoming the first city in the United States to legislate health in all policies. So the law itself, the Health in All Policies, has these 6 strategy areas, action areas, and I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. But again, they gave direction to each city agency. Remember, none had really thought that they were in the business of health. They said, oh, that's the hospital down the road. That's who does health. Not us. We just work on the streets, or we work on education, or we work on parks and youth programs, whatever it was. But we've made that explicit through indicators and strategies that they would be now responsible to track and report on. Again, the budget was tied to their milestones and their key performance indicators around this. And we really built in a very transparent process where reporting could happen online on a regular basis. And I think that also helped get more community members involved and say, well, what is this thing called Health in All Policies? Why does it matter to my life? How is it going to improve living conditions for me? I am unemployed and I'm a young person. Why should I care about this? And we began to make that case through a series of specific actions, which I'll get into now. And I just want to say that the strategy, one of the other innovations, I think, was that it was organized at the mayoral level, so not in any one city department. It wasn't in planning. It wasn't in public health. It wasn't in community development. All those were important. But at the highest level of the city, the mayor created an interdepartmental team that was empowered to manage and implement and track this initiative. We went further to say the city is a very spread out, diverse area. In other words, some areas are well off and rich and doing quite fine, working at Apple and Google and other companies in the Bay Area, and others have chronic unemployment, high disease rates, high rates of violence. We have very segregated, stratified neighborhoods within even small cities like Richmond, California. This map is showing the burden of chronic diseases by census tracts in Richmond. The shading is all the city, and you can see this small triangle in the center there. I'll try my pointer once more. Is it showing up on the screen? No, okay. The yellow, inside that yellow circle, you have to believe me, is a neighborhood called the Iron Triangle. It's called the Iron Triangle because it's an actual triangle, but it's bordered on all 3 sides by railroad tracks, which had delivered goods to the port and moved a lot of the industrial products, including some very dangerous products, including coal and petrochemical products, through this neighborhood out to parts of the rest of the United States. In fact, it was at one point the terminus, the end of the transcontinental railroad that you would take from New York to Chicago to California would end in Richmond, California. And today, many of the automobiles that come from Asia come through Richmond's port that then go by train, by rail, into the rest of the United States. So it still has an industrial history, and this neighborhood called the Iron Triangle was almost captured by pollution and violence and poverty. And so we said, if we're gonna really have an impact, can we focus first on the most vulnerable, unhealthy, violent neighborhood and see, could that then have a cascading effect, a dispersion effect on the rest of the region or the rest of the city? And again, we were inspired by young people. High school students came and said, we want action in our neighborhood. They organized and put pressure on city government. And they wanted a small little park that's in the center of this triangle called Elm Play Lot, which was captured by drug dealers and violence. They wanted to reclaim that as a space that teenagers could go and hang out. And then maybe have friends and families come and have other activities. And they said, can we use this one project to revitalize our neighborhood through this one park to be a catalyst, a stimulus for health across this entire burdened neighborhood called the Iron Triangle. This is what it looked like when we first started. Very impoverished community in one of the richest regions in the United States, only within an hour or two drive from Apple, Google, Tesla, and all the AI companies in San Francisco now. We have people living in dire poverty, abandoned buildings, lots of inequality. So our strategy to focus in on this one neighborhood, in fact, a couple of high impact projects in this neighborhood, is what the field calls urban acupuncture. I'm sure you're all familiar with acupuncture. I don't have to explain to this audience. But the idea from Jaime Lerner, a Brazilian architect, said, could we focus, can we pinpoint the stressors like we would in acupuncture on our body in our communities, in our neighborhoods, the high stressful living conditions, lack of social opportunities. And the important part about urban acupuncture is that it's a series of interventions defined by community, again, not top down. High impact projects, physical projects, but also social projects. So people must be leading and involved. It's not just about built environment. So they're socially and physically catalytic and has to be part of a larger strategy. So it can't just be, we'll do a park here and a one-off playground there, or a school here, or a senior center there. But it has to be integrated into a broader strategy, and that was what Health in All Policies was. That was citywide, and so we were going to focus in on a few projects in the neighborhoods to see, could we relieve those stressful points that were identified by the community members leading to that chronic stress. And this was the neighborhood, this was the park that they selected as one of the first, in fact, the first project, called Elm Play Lot on the right-hand side, and it looks very peaceful. But in fact, it's not. It was occupied by gangs and drug dealers, very violent. You can see there's actually no kids playing in that park when we first started, and no families. And the houses that I showed before that were boarded up were around that neighborhood. So we worked, our UC Berkeley team, with community members and young people to do community surveys, to gather information. We did a project called Photo Voice, where people would take pictures and narrate their neighborhood. What did they want to see there? Also, what was good and working there? No community that I've ever seen anywhere in the world is only full of risks or defined by its negative aspects. It also has plenty of positives. And in public health, we often don't focus enough on what's working, what's going right in a community to promote health and well-being. We focus a lot, particularly in epidemiology, on measuring death and disease and bad stuff, risks, pollution. But that doesn't always give us an indication of what will make a place and a population healthier. So we did that surveying. We used a design strategy from architecture and planning of a temporary pop-up strategy, almost like a startup where we experimented. We didn't want to do the design once and for all and have it marked on our architectural plans, but we wanted to build things to scale and then watch how did people move through that space. How did elderly or young people play on these swings? You can see these swings look very weird probably to you. And I thought they were weird too, but they were a design that the community came up with. Most swings, they said, are for one child. And you push that child and hopefully, you know, they have fun. They said, we don't want that. We want swings that 5, 6 or kids can pile on top of. And little kids are like rubber. If they fall off, they don't get hurt. At least that's what my kids were like that. So we wanted swings that were more to what the community wanted, not what every other playground in California had. And they had a series of these recommendations of their innovative design. And we said, well, no one does that anywhere. They said, well, let's try it. Let's try it, and we'll build it to scale, and we'll see how it works first. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else. So this was this, what we call pop-up, what we call participatory design, which eventually led to this plan on your right-hand side, which was the community design. Very innovative, unlike any park ever in the world, designed with community ideas, and some have had the chance to visit, and when you come to California and Berkeley, I'll be happy to take you to this park. It's a wonderful place. But the community pushed back and said, thank you, urban planners, but that's not what we want. We said, we don't want you to go build our park for us. We've designed it, now we want to construct it. We actually want to do the building. And once it's done, we want to manage it and work there every day and get paid to do that. We said, oh, you can't do this. City officials work there. I said, no, we want those jobs. We're unemployed. We live here. We want to take control over our public space. So we trained tens of residents who had never before worked to build a park, to do construction at all levels and all skills. Older people using their artistic skills, younger people with their strength, teenagers and high school students getting new skills. And here's some pictures of them designing and working on the fence, welding, play equipment, and a whole host of things, including building a community center, and ensuring there were safe bathrooms, a host of things. So the catalytic aspect of this was not just the community vision, but also that they worked their own community, and they were paid to work, and they still today maintain that park and are so invested in that park. Here's an aerial view, small pocket park, but having a, we call it the heartbeat of the neighborhood, as it gives life to the area around the neighborhood. This is some of the programming. Young people, old people, Zumba classes. We did our dancing yesterday. We have our version at Pogo Park here. And they also distribute food insecurity, and healthy food is a major issue that we identified as a stressor. And the park has become such a catalytic and vibrant place that physicians, particularly pediatricians, in the whole region of the San Francisco Bay Area, from Oakland, even in San Francisco, Berkeley, will write a script, a prescription for their child. A child with asthma, a child who has an overweight issue, a child with a chronic disease, to go visit this park. We call this the Park Prescription Project. Not just this park, but many parks in the region. And the idea is that access to play, to nature, to social interaction can be healthy. Healthy especially for kids as they learn and grow, but for all of us. So we're happy that we're shifting how clinicians and healthcare sees how what they're recommending to their patients, particularly young people, to get into parks, to get into healthy spaces. Of course, the community wasn't satisfied, as they never are. They said, we want more. We want safe streets too, because we don't just stay in this park, but we move through the neighborhood. We move to other parks, to the schools, to the transit station, to shopping, and the streets are not safe. I said, well, we don't have any money to do anything. I said, well, we'll do it ourselves. And they went to the store and spent just a few dollars to buy some spray paint and some recycled materials and took over the streets. We call this tactical urbanism in urban planning. And this is the idea that anyone with very few resources can do an urban design and see how does it influence people's space. Sometimes they like it, sometimes they don't. We created new crosswalks, new sidewalks. We did what we called road diets, where we took away parking space and created that for people, for bicycles, for walking. All just with spray paint first, temporary. The city was not happy. I said, why are you painting our streets? In fact, the fire department was the one we had to work with the closest. They said, our fire trucks cannot move through the street if you make them more narrow. We said, oh yeah, come to the neighborhood first. So they came to the neighborhood and we said, oh, okay, well, we'll change this one and make it more narrow. We'll make this one over here instead of on that side. And we ensured that public safety vehicles could move through, and they became very supportive. Why? Well, it slowed cars down. It created more safety. It reduced calls for emergency response. More kids were able to walk to school. More families felt like their kids could go outside and navigate through the streets, sometimes by themselves. Pop-up, tactical urbanism, low cost, again, trial by doing, experimentation. A big part of what we've tried to do with this urban health and all policies, and I'm happy to say that now many of those spray paint interventions are permanent, and they are actually marked with what you see on the left, which are yellow bricks. They call it the Yellow Brick Road, which is a story that I won't get into, but it basically helps young people and anyone navigate through where are the destinations, where are the safe routes to school, where are the safe routes to the transit station, to other playgrounds, to shopping. And we also have now e-bikes and free e-bike lending through the city for people in Richmond around these routes. But again, the community wasn't satisfied, of course. They said, we are still unemployed. If you improve our neighborhood, we may get displaced. We don't have the resources to afford this place as it improves. So we said, you're right. What we're going to do, and the city invested to create a job training program for young people, high school students, people under the age of 30 who could not find jobs, many who had difficult home lives, through a program called Richmond Build, actually funded by the US government, was an employment program to get people to do the physical labor that still needs to be done in places all over the world. Electricians, plumbing, installing photovoltaic cells, as you see here on roofs, to create what we call green jobs. A whole host, thousands now of young people have been trained over 12, 15 years. Many have created their own private businesses, small businesses. They do home renovations, they build new housing, they do green upgrades, energy efficiency upgrades, and invested millions of dollars back into this community. And they made and have made money as companies through this work. And here's some other images of some of the more recent young people installing the solar electricity in many of the public social housing in Richmond, gets it for free, and over 3,000 homes now have received this free solar, which has reduced their energy bills to almost zero, so they can sell the energy back to the grid, which then gets distributed out to the rest of California, and many saving thousands of dollars per month in utility bills from this free energy. So again, trying to focus on the economics of health, not just the physical and care environment. Food, I mentioned, was another big issue. And believe it or not, many of our physicians get very little training in nutrition and food. And the idea that food is medicine is like come back to the world of food, of medicine. You know, from Hippocrates and the ancients, food was the thing you did the most every day. You know, light and food and water, of course, are the fundamentals to health. But we lost that somehow in this modern world. So we said, can we bring that back? So we worked with the university's medical school, which is in San Francisco. And we got medical residents who have to do their rotations usually to different parts of the hospital. We said, instead of doing your rotation just to radiology and wherever else you're going, come to this community. Come to this community and work with patients that have persistent chronic diseases. Again, diabetes, mostly overweight, heart disease patients. And instead of just working with the individual as a clinician normally would, we said, let's instead invite the entire family into that clinical interaction with the residents, the student residents. And let's talk about your food. Where are you able to afford food? Is it culturally appropriate? Can you cook at home? A whole host of questions. And this program called Veggie RX is also in partnership with a local farm, a local community garden that grows produce and has a regional farm around California where they have animals and have much higher production than just in the urban setting. So it was an integrated program. People, the patient got a recommendation for healthy foods. Their families were invited into cooking classes. They went as families and groups to gardens and worked the land to actually be more familiar with the food they were getting. And this is now also a field in medicine called resolution medicine. The idea, again, that the inflammation from that stress in our body can be reduced through anti-inflammatory diets. So very focused kind of foods we were offering these families to address the internal inflammation that was contributing to chronic diseases. And we're in the process of still evaluating. This project is in second year of its 5-year intervention. And we also said, well, where is the place where more people get food than anywhere else in the city on a daily basis? And of course, that was in the schools. And our schools were historically giving young people terrible foods. You know, ketchup was a vegetable. And we said that can't continue in a region where we have the 4th largest agricultural economy in the world, in California. Fresh foods of any variety within 3 to 4 hours from this city. And young people were getting frozen, microwaved meals that were incredibly unhealthy. Part of that was that we were just disconnected from our history of food as a community event, as a cultural practice, as a health practice. Our schools stopped offering things like that in the curriculum. Everybody was focused on, you know, coding and computers. And that's great. But if you don't have people who can cook healthy meals and be connected to cultural and healthy practices, then we're in big trouble, and we were in big trouble. So we worked with the school system to change the curriculum. So some students would go and do basketball and exercise, and others would be in cooking classes. And they joined what they called the Health Academy in the high schools. Hundreds of young people enrolled in this because not only was it cooking, that was our way in, but the young people really wanted jobs. They wanted, I want to get out of high school and I want to be a lab technician. I want to be able to work in a dental office and make money, or start maybe a career in health care or health services. So that also became part of the curriculum, getting people internships, getting them to work in laboratories and clinical settings. Community clinics, but also in hospitals, was part of this broader high school curriculum. Again, food was the entry point, as we heard yesterday, and I know food is the way to most people's hearts, right? But we got them also involved in job creation. And again, the city said, well, this is something that we could actually capitalize. We have an old industrial city that's deindustrializing, lots of empty land, not unlike areas in this city. Said, could we use our power of zoning? Zoning is the way we designate what happens on certain plots of land. Is it industrial? Is it commercial? Is it residential? And the city of Richmond had lots of underutilized warehouse space. I mentioned the port and old industries that were closed, dating back really to World War II. But they also recognized they were in a foodie, we call it foodie environment, in the San Francisco Bay Area with lots of food production, like I said, but also food as a major driver of the economy, both in the United States, but also the export economy. And here they were sitting right at the port with an opportunity to create a food district. So the city took that initiative and rezoned entire area of the port area to attract new private businesses, industrial kitchens, food warehousing, food processing, so coming in from farms, processing that food, and by processing I mean more like putting it together to be shipped or to be sold both internationally or across the United States, and created a food enterprise zone. Tens and tens of new companies started up there. So you've heard of Silicon Valley, maybe? Maybe your phone was created there or some technology. We said we want to be the startups for food businesses in Richmond, California, just a few hours away from Silicon Valley. And we've accomplished that. Some of the companies here, you may or may not know them, but some are globally recognized now. Companies, many supporting the really lucrative food industry as these food startups. Again, hundreds, if not almost 1,000 new jobs created for people in the city of Richmond. Just about done. Our last example was, I mentioned violence. Now, in a violent community, there is no public space. There is no health, really. People are living in fear, that chronic stress. Young people cannot learn. They either don't go to school because they're afraid of getting jumped or shot on the way or at the bus stop or bullied in school. Or they have very difficult time because of the cognitive challenges of stress for learning, for impacts memory, impacts our ability to process information. So we recognize that if we did not address the violence issue, all the nice parks, all the jobs, all of the built environment and social programs would almost go to waste if we did not reduce violence. And we have a particularly difficult problem with violence, gun violence, in the United States. So we took a very radical, what at the time was a radical position. We advised, a series of consultants advised the city to hire former criminals. And of course, the mayor said, yeah, of course, invite them into City Hall. No. We said, well, actually, there may already be criminals in City Hall, but that was another conversation. We said, these are reformed criminals from the neighborhood, people who had spent time in prison but had become reformed. They got out. They still had connections with younger people. And we hired them as street outreach, like community health worker mentors, and what we call violence interrupters. They are an everyday presence on the streets, around schools, sometimes inside the schools. And they mentor young people, often young people who don't have parents at home or come from very difficult home lives. And that frustration, that stress is taken out in the streets, in the schools, and even online. Our violence interrupters are mediating conflicts on social media every day because we know that those conflicts can spill over into face-to-face violence. So the city created the first national office of peacekeeping in a city government in the United States called the Office of Neighborhood Safety, outside of the police department. Public safety is not the function of police, we said. Police respond, they do important work, but to keep the peace, you need to have it as a health approach outside of policing. People can trust, people can talk, people can come together. Just like we would do planning and parks and housing, we want to do peacekeeping as a function of city government. And we created this office. And this is James Houston, you see in the picture here on the bottom right. These folks are trained, these outreach workers are trained just like we would train a social worker or someone to be a counselor in violence prevention and mediation. And they do that every day, 7 days a week, sometimes 24 hours a day, late at night, early in the morning when violence erupts. They're often there. They're trained in trauma-informed care and support, and they mentor young people, often again who are experience these traumas and this stress, and is going unaddressed because they don't have access to services. They're the ones getting kicked out of school or disrupting school. So can we provide them with supports and services that would again have a benefit, focusing on those high-risk young people, but have a benefit for the entire community? All the teachers were very thankful that they now had a mediator who could talk to some of these young people in school and not disrupt the rest of the lesson plan, things like that. Peacekeeping within city government, another innovation in Richmond, and we're happy to report that this past year, 2025, Richmond had its lowest gun homicide number, 5. 5 is too many, 5 too many. But compared to where we started, when we first started this in 2005 or 6, we were close to 50 gun homicide shootings, and these are injury shootings, and gun homicides. And you can see the sustained reductions over time that we've been able to maintain through this really intentional outreach work. We've seen spikes in different cities, violence comes and goes, but in Richmond, we believe this work has really sustained the peace and kept the peace over this last 10 or more years. And that urban acupuncture strategy of focusing on 1 or 2 parks or catalytic projects in the Iron Triangle now looks like this on your right-hand side, a series of pinpoints, a series of pokes in the neighborhood, more parks, housing, 2 new schools, including a primary and a high school, a new senior housing center built right adjacent to, next to the new parks, because the senior community wants to take advantage of that space. So we went from just 1 or 2 needle pricks in the urban environment to now 10s, and this again is an ongoing project. At UC Berkeley, we are the evaluators. We're trying to measure this in multiple ways. Using that neuro-urbanist approach, we use surveys, we collect, we use people's devices, wearable devices to track things like cortisol levels and heart rate and different things, and we're publishing on some of that. But you can see some of our general findings of people reporting that they feel safer, that they go outside more. The public realm has now become accessible to everyone, and they use it to exercise, to meet people, to interact. Fewer reports of vandalism and lower rates of depression. We know people often who are lonely and not connected are more likely to be depressed. Fewer nuisance calls, meaning calls to the police for some violent event. Why? We think because of the peacemaking office is now interrupting and addressing those issues in the community before there's a call to the police to respond. And of course, I mentioned the lower rates of gun violence. And a few more indicators. The city does a survey every 2 years to track how are we doing, which is another important thing we identified with Health in All Policies was if you don't measure what you're doing, how do you know it's working? So we're able to ask questions like people's self-rated health. We know that's a good indicator of health and well-being, a broad indicator. So these are people reporting good or excellent in 2014 and in 2024, 10 years later, with our recently released 10-year progress report on Health in All Policies. an increase in people rating their place as a place to live or to raise children, economic opportunities, I think, from some of those job programs I mentioned. And importantly, we've really wanted to focus on what are the things that reduce the stress response the most. And what we know from the research is that social connections, social supports, friends, families, partnerships, someone you can rely on and trust in a time of crisis, but also in good times, to share events with. Social connection, key factor to reduce the cortisol and stress release and recover from that internal inflammation I talked about from toxic stress. And so we're seeing both elderly and young people and neighbors talk about having greater friendships, people that they trust in their neighborhood, and we're seeing slight reductions, early reductions in some chronic diseases. Again, we're still tracking this, and we're also really happy to see that we've seen a 6-year increase in life expectancy in that Iron Triangle neighborhood, that small neighborhood I focused on in a little over 10 years. Radical change in both health outcomes and some of the determinants of health. Again, moving upstream to that eco-social or ecological determinants of health. So let me wrap up. Just about out of time. So what is this urban health and health policies? What can we take away? What can you think about as a student, as a practitioner, as a researcher? Local governments, I believe, can and are leaders. We see that right here in your own city. And especially when they partner with communities, however that community is defined, they get better data, they get better ideas, and projects are more likely to be successfully implemented. You need a budget and you need partnerships, I think, to make that work. Focusing on the stressors is important. I think there's plenty of research around the world on what those stressors are and how that adversely impacts our brains and our bodies. But we must also focus on what works. What are the assets? What's positive? What we call positive community environments or positive childhood experiences in communities. That urban acupuncture, we believe, has really proved successful in Richmond and in many other neighborhoods around the world. Focusing first, investing deeply with high quality interventions, built environment, social interventions for the most vulnerable communities. We've seen a population-wide benefit from some of those targeted interventions. Again, neurourbanism, focusing on those positive environments that can help rewire our brains and heal our bodies. Again, instead of just focusing just on the risk factors, what can promote well-being and healing? And that's part of the inspiration behind neurourbanism. And of course, we need to continue to learn and innovate. This is not one-time interventions. University partnerships with local government, even with the private sector, to monitor what we're doing, to track and report, use some of the innovative technology tools we have today, to share what's happening, evaluate, and adjust as we go. We can't be stuck. Just like a startup, if you don't innovate, if you're not willing to fail and try again, you're never going to really reach that high level of success and impact. We feel urban health needs to take on that same mentality. What can we try? What can we do? But are we monitoring which populations and places are improving? How are they improving? And how can we measure healing and well-being, not just risks and disease? So that's urban health and all policies, and I'll stop there, and thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thanks for Professor Corbin's excellent sharing about the Richmond's reconstruction. It's really impressive. Any question about this talk? I think we can have 1 or 2 questions if you want to ask about this. But I'm so curious about how, when you construct this Richmond city, do you think about to rebuild the other city again based on this experience?
So say it again.
Because it's so successful to reconstruct the Richmond. Have you ever think about to copy this experience to the other city?
Yeah, so copy experience. I think what we try to do is avoid the notion of best practice, but to take some of the principles of what we've learned here. So the community participation, the targeted interventions, the ongoing monitoring, the leadership within city. So I think those principles have been tried, as you know, in other places around the world. And
So it's not easy to copy, right?
it's not about just copying one to the next, because then you don't take into the cultural and local context.
Okay, I think it's time's up. So probably before we end up this section, we can give a gift or.
Yeah, we will now give the certificate of appreciation. So now we will please go into.
还有我们将会颁发感谢状。
Thank you.
OK。
Okay. Thank you, Professor Huijia Wang and Professor Jason, for the inspiring lecture. So now we will move on to our second symposium. The topic of this session is the evaluation of healthy city governance in Taiwan toward intersectional accountability and participatory democracy.
感谢王副院长的主持以及 Jason 教授的精彩演讲。接下来我们将进行今天的第二场论坛。本场论坛主题为台湾健康城市治理的演进，迈进跨部门问责与参与式治理。首先，让我们欢迎本场论坛主持人，台湾健康城市联盟副理事长，同时也是台北市医师公会理事长洪德仁医师。
Let's welcome the moderator of this section, Dr. Deren Hong, Vice President of Taiwan Alliance for Healthy Cities and President of Taipei Medical Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the Professor Zhao Ziyuan. She is graduated from the Nottingham University, England, and now she is the professor of the Department of the Urban Planning of the Chenggong University. Otherwise, her specialist not only in the urban planning, some kind of the social determinant of health, such as the SDGs, well-being, and healthy policy, also his professional. As you know, the rapid urbanization in the world, there are almost 70% population live in the urban area of Taiwan. So I think the urban planning is very important for health. So we will have a very wonderful and a great speech from the Professor Zhao Ziyuan. I hope you will enjoy your speech. One, welcome me, please.
Thank you, Deputy Director Hong. And yeah. 各位先生、各位女士啊，各位我们健康城市的伙伴啊，大家早安，大家好。Good morning, everyone, and the distinguished guests from international colleagues and all the institutions around the world. It's been a great pleasure giving the talk after Jason. I try my best to make it as inspiring and as interesting as what you just been doing. And yes, and my name is Zhu Yuan Chao, and you can call me Stesa. I am the director of Healthy City Research Center at NCKU, as well as I'm the professor of the Department of Urban Planning. And today I'm going to give a talk for most of you who are not that familiar with the evolution of healthy cities around the world, as well as what we have been doing in the past 20 years in Taiwan. And I will give you some insights and also some observations of what we think as an academic, and also that for many years we've been working with the local governments and to implement healthy city projects, and what have we been realized that what can be successful and what might be having a second thought. So this is about me, and like I said, I'm the director of the Healthy City Research Center at NCKU, and also I'm the Secretary General at Taiwan Institute of Urban Planning. And one of my most recent experiences is many thanks to Professor Corbin at Berkeley. I got really lucky to be the Fulbright Scholar and spent 10 months at Berkeley and hosted by Professor Corbin. So Richmond, I visited many times myself, and I witnessed how successful it was and it has been. And I'm very positive of it will be, role model for many other similar cities around the world. And so, I really want to, thank you, Professor Corbin. And during the years, my research basically involved with, of course, city and regional planning, but at the same time, starting from my PhD research, I got, I got this interest of aging society. So in the past decades, I've been working with professors in the public health as well as gerontology, and to work on the new trend of how do we deal, as an urban planner, how do we deal with the healthy issues and as well as the age-friendly issues. So, as we know that, the UN has already indicated that there are two major challenges in the 21st century. One is the urbanization, and the second is the aging population. So how lucky are we that we encountered the challenge, both challenge, at the same time that no other civil society has encountered in the past 2,000 years. And what that makes us that we have over 70% of population reside in about 2% of land, which we call them cities or metropolis. And then that creates challenges, of course, in terms of living qualities and safeties and all sorts of, what we call well-being challenges over the world. And for some reason that city planners, we think that we are responsible for making it right, for making such a space a livable place. And that's how the city planning meets the public health. And all the city planners during our professional training that we all know that the beginning of city planning as a profession is because of the public health issues that we're facing. We have encountered serious disease issues in overcrowded urban environment, and that's why we need urban planning. So in the first part of my speech, I would like to kind of walk you through the whole evolution of healthy cities. And I would, focus on the model in Europe. And because they have the most documented material for us to look into. And as much as I want to look further into the cases in the United States and realize it is such a huge diverse country that not so many cities have this kind of examples or this kind of systematic approach for promoting or implementing healthy cities. So if we look at it, it will be around 1980s, 1990s, the late of 20th century, and the initiative of healthy city got started, and then. In European Union, they kind of promoted, in the very beginning, they wanted to be a more systematical way. So they divided into phases. And 4 years a phase. And it's almost 40 years now. Of course, it started from, focusing on the public health issues. And then they realized that it is not enough for just focusing on individual health or medical health or long-term care. And so they expanded the idea at the phase 3 and 4. They also start to focusing on the social determinants of the healthy cities. What do healthy cities really mean is that it's so much more, like Professor Corbin mentioned, it's so much more than just medical school or public health. It has so many determinants of how we can live better or worse in a city. And step into the early millennium, and because of the aging issues kick in, and people start to realize that, okay, that's another thing we've never encountered before, that we used to have only 5% of people age over 65, which no one really cares about them, and then all of a sudden they realize, oh no, people age over 65, they are exceeding 10%, 15%, now 20%, especially in Taiwan. We officially entered super aged society last year. So welcome to the super aged Taiwan. And then, so it's similar trends everywhere. And in the Europe, also in Japan and in Taiwan. So they started to kind of think of how do we emphasizing on the healthy aging when we promoting or implementing healthy cities. And step into the most recent 10 years, they realized that, okay, not just healthy city or age-friendly city is enough, and they are focusing on the institutional approach, as an overarching solutions, like Professor Corbin has been doing for, so many years in Richmond. They're not looking for one solution, two solutions. It's like an ongoing solution seeking process. And that's what we call the whole of government or whole of society approaches. So if you look at the cases in the United States and also in Europe, as well as what I will show you later in Taiwan, we're heading towards very similar direction, that it is almost the consensus that, we know that's not enough. And there will never be an end of, okay, one day we wake up, we say, yes, we are a healthy city. And then that's it, we're done. No, it's like a keep moving process. And this is very much what we saw in the Europe at the moment, that they are entering the phase 8. So almost 40 years of healthy city movement. And now what they're focusing on, 3 major key themes. The first theme is they want to incorporate with one other important issue that we're facing globally right now, climate change. Okay, everywhere we're facing climate change and all different types of weathery hazards and disasters. So we need our city not only, well, we need to make it more resilient before we can make it healthy. Yeah, otherwise, you know, the disaster keep coming back. How are we going to keep our people healthy at the same time? So the resilience and sustainable city is the key theme. And the second thing is still, you know, while we're keep working very hard on the inequality and, you know, the discriminative or minority group in the city, but still that problem doesn't really go away. So we need constant efforts to working on that at the same time. And all of these needs a transformative urban governance, which means that we need a stronger partnership within the government and outside the government to make things right. Otherwise, it's hard enough already. And now we're facing, you know, triple challenge, not just healthy issues, aging issues, but also climate change issues at the same time. So when we look at one very important person of healthy city movement, that is Professor Trevor Hancock. And he delivered a speech in 2019. That I think that was the WHO Healthy City Conference that happened in Malaysia. And I was, you know, at present when he gave the speech, I was very lucky to be there. And he's really saying that, okay, the idea of healthy city 2.0, that means we need to step forward to integrate or even bring the healthy city ideas towards the SDGs. And in that way, the healthy city will be more responsible for what we are, you know, encountering right now, like the carbon emissions and the net zero challenges, as well as the energy transitions. You know, not 2 days ago, our president just announced our new energy policies that we probably will turning back to nuclear power plant. And so this is exactly what we, as an, you know, healthy city promoters, that we should, you know, look further into and to think about new strategies, new innovative ideas of how can we make things working together. And so that would require different networks of governance, that would require different creative leaderships to make things right. And so I kind of try to summarize, you know, what has been happening for the past 40 years when we look at the healthy city movement. And one thing is very clear, that the intersectoral collaboration is never been important. You know, of course, we all emphasize in the very beginning, you know, intersectoral collaboration is important, is important, is important. Of course, we know that's important, but how are we going to make them actually collaborate? That's the problem. Okay, so health in all policy is a very good tool, like we mentioned, like what Professor Coben just showed us, that some department has to step aside or step further, not step aside. We don't let them step aside. And then some of the departments has to be, you know, more aggressive, has to be more motivated, and to bring different sectors together. And once you started, you know, the positive circulation will will start, the momentum will start. And of course, the key enabler, if we look at all the cases that in the world of health in all policy, is, you can't live without these three key enabler. Political commitment. It sounds cliche, but it is a must. That if, the city government of Richmond doesn't have the commitment, thinking, okay, we're going to do this, and we're utilizing all the efforts from the public sector, how, no matter how professors in Berkeley may sound, polished, but, the resources is controlled by the government. So the political commitment is one thing that must have, that you cannot live without it. And also the whole government body, because once you have the political commitment, then you can, drive all the government body to, work together. It's like, interaction between each other. And then the joint resources also very important. Why? We have a lot of local government officials presented today, and they all know that they're limited with budget. And budget is not going to increase, especially at this time. The government is getting poor as we speak. And so we need more resources from the NGO, from the third party, from other, resources owner, not just the government. So considering the time, and this is something that we really have to focusing on. And also, there are some mechanisms that are being utilized to facilitate health in all policy. And one is that we need a very strong operational heart. And in Tainan City, for example, I would say, okay, the Bureau of Health would remain the operational heart. It serves like a communication hub to bring all the departments together. And on that perspective, that is why the city of Tainan, getting still very strong after 20 years of promoting healthy cities. So the Bureau of Health is, kind of the soul of everything. And then, because of that, Tainan City, when we started with a very good foundation that we keep tracks of the city health profile. So we have the evidence base, like Professor Kruppen just showed you at the very last slide. He mentioned that, we have data to follow up, to know that where do we stand. And this is also a very important mechanism. And in the end, of course, you need action plans. So year by year, we use other strategies like Healthy City Awards to motivate our public sectors, private sectors to deliver healthy development plan, as in, action plan, and then we reward them. And during that whole process, that we kind of invoke a lot more attention from different perspectives, and at the local level, from the residents, from the NGO, from the students, from the academic. So this is the, what I just put things together and trying to give you some clear idea of what is this essential mechanism for, if we really want the healthy city governance to be successful. All right, so let's tune into what we're having in Taiwan right now. And for our foreign guests, you may not really know Taiwan, so this is a glance of Taiwan, that we are a not so big island, about 36,000 square kilometers, and we hosted 23.5 million of population, which makes us quite dense. And over 90% of the population reside on the west coast. So if you go to the east side, and you will enjoy a very, very remote, low density, and maybe you see more animals than people on the east side. But if now you're right here in Tainan City. And also, as I just mentioned, that we have entered the super age society. So we are really competing a lot with our neighbor country like Japan and Korea. That we're not just competing with them on the aging speed, but also we're competing with them with the low fertility rate. And last year we are the top one with the lowest fertility rate. So we won, and not really. Yeah, so this is what we are having at the moment in Taiwan. And why healthy cities in Taiwan? Okay, the history of Taiwan promoting healthy cities starting from around early turn of the century, so around 2002. But back then, we are facing these three major problems or challenges. The one is that rapid urbanization. So by the whole 1990s, a lot of people just pour into the city to find a new job, better living quality. They assume they will find a better living quality, but not in a real case. And also, by the turn of the century, that was when the idea of sustainable development entered Taiwan. So when I kind of as a master's student, and one of my professors starts to tell us about sustainable development. So we kind of having the awareness of what is happening, and we need to be focusing on more of the environmental risks at that time. And also from public health perspective, okay, the whole epidemiological transition, they're from infectious disease to chronic disease by the end of early 2000. So the transformation from every perspective kind of giving an open window for healthy city movement. And that is why by the time that the healthy city movement has been promoted in the European countries for over a decade. So that's kind of really kind of getting into a mature model. So that was the time for Taiwan to promote healthy cities. And then this is the emerging of the healthy cities in Taiwan. So we started to adopt the healthy city initiatives by 2002. And then Tainan City launched the first healthy city demonstration projects in Tainan, and that was in 2003. Let's think about it, 20-something years ago. That's very, very innovative idea, considering the conservative from every perspective in Taiwan. And then we have very strong start that back then, these demonstrative projects, we started to incorporate the university, the city, and as well as the community. We started from that. And also we also not just focusing on the healthy issues. So it is quite, a giant leap from, what all the challenges that we've been facing. And so it was a very successful project. It was a very successful case, and that also sets up a very good foundation for Tainan City to moving on as a healthy city or a healthy model city in Taiwan. And that trend expanded to the whole Taiwan, other cities by 2006. And also in 2008, we kind of established the Taiwan Alliance for Healthy Cities. And at the same time, 2007, the Healthy City Research Center at NCKU established. So that was about 20 years ago. That is how we kind of formed the whole foundation for healthy city movement. And then starting from 2013, we have the age-friendly city also introduced to Taiwan. And I was really lucky to be the first project leader of the age-friendly city pilot project in Taiwan. And because of my background and my involvement with health cities, so we kind of starting at a very good, starting point to merge these two projects together, and which pretty much fits what we are facing the most serious challenge in Taiwan at the same time. All right, so this is how and getting into the most recent 5 or 6 years, and all the city government, they are also facing the climate change issues. So they kind of really merge the healthy city with the SDGs and also with the climate adaptation policies, strategies. And that was not inspired by the European Union, but it's just, a coincidence that because, Taiwan is also an island, has facing multiple natural hazards at the same time. We have typhoons, we have earthquakes, we have heat island effects, we have, all kinds of natural hazards, you name it, we have it. We even have volcanoes. Yeah, so, and that is why we're very alert about the disasters. And then we just have them merge together. Okay, so the first demonstration city, the project in Taiwan is Tainan City, and it is from 2003 and 2005. And at that time, okay, Tainan City was selected because, of course, NCKU, not really, but also very important reason that NCKU, our professors really get the information of the healthy cities, and we kind of really persuade the whole city to work with us. And so we have a very active government and very active academic involvement, engagement at the same time. And also we started to, identify the major health issues. And it's very similar as Professor Coben just mentioned. I just didn't have time to show you. Back then, we kind of nailed down some major issues in Tainan City, that people in Tainan have the lowest marriage rate over the country, and had the highest divorce rate, and people in Tainan don't get children, and so a lot of social determinants that makes the people living in Tainan, they are not happy, they're not living well, and they are not healthy. And so we identify the main stressors, and we identify the main issues, and then work with the local government, with every sectors. Back then, there are a group of professors from NCKU, about 10 professors. We kind of separate into teams, okay, based on our professional training, and work with different sectors. We work with the local sector, with the public sectors, and step by step, identify the main issue, and then talk to them, how do we do that, and then we bring up the action plan. So the success for this case, what we can come up with, the first thing, mayor's leadership. Back then, the mayor was 100% supporting the whole projects, and also he bring up as a as a very, very good expectation for the whole public sector, saying that we're going to be the first and the pilot and the best and the model city for healthy city. And also we set up like a partnership of steering committee to promote healthy city that incorporate professors and local communities and the government at the same time. And also we hosted numerous working groups that bring people together. What I want to mention that it is a huge effort. Healthy city is a huge effort, but it is also very, very easily, very, very fragile at the same time. You can bring people together and work things, on the same target, but people comes and people go. and it is also very fragile at the same time. But we were lucky, for many years in Tainan City, that it has always been the consensus that we need to keep things working and keep forward. So, mechanisms. We also established some indicators to monitor, to follow up, and to set up the benchmark and to review it every several years. So we have the indicators, 84 indicators, and we promoted 21 programs, projects back then. And also, so far until now, over 200 implementation projects in Taiwan and as well as in Thailand. So key lessons. Then I didn't want to mention it a little bit more, but really, local planning framework is very important. We need to have the evidence base. We need to have the data. We need to have the people who devoted themselves into it. And also, the mayor-led cooperation really helps. Because considering the whole democratic structure in Taiwan, that the mayor has its pressure, of election, of re-campaign. They have to be re-elected every 4 years. And that is, the leader, the mayor, has to show their commitment, and it's really difficult one for them. And then, as I mentioned that, from 2008, we think it is a good model for Tainan City that we want to promote. We want to kind of try this movement to the other cities. So a lot of my coworkers and leaders of the previous Taiwan Healthy Alliance, they kind of put this together and then established the Taiwan Alliance for Healthy Cities. And so far, we have 32 institutional members, and mostly are local governments. And we have 10 and more universities, hospitals, and civil society organizations join the whole alliances. And we're very happy to know that, the whole alliances is still very staying strong and and we also consider ourselves as the national platform for healthy city movement in Taiwan. And also, as you can see, to sum up, that in the healthy city movement in Taiwan, and in terms of governance, it's not just top down, it also bottom up at the same time. So we also have very strong community leaders working with us, and it kinds of win-win situation. And we also introduced some management mechanism like PDCA, this kind of cycle, and to make sure that all the projects has been monitored and revised from time to time, and all the results are follow up. And one very important thing that also very unique in Taiwan Healthy City movement is that we kind of created this Healthy City Awards. All the foreign friends, that the communities that you visited, case project you visited yesterday, they are all award winners. Okay, and this is something that we think is a very important driver and motivations for local governments and also for the local communities to join and participating and keep working on the healthy city projects. Because, if you're really working so hard on something, you need to be recognized. You want to be, not really awarded, but you want to be appreciated in some way. And Healthy City Awards, although it's just a piece of certification, and also maybe some, you will show up in a media from time to time, but for most of the participants, this is some privilege for them, and to be the award winner. And so what I want to show you that starting from 2009, So this award is annual award that has been hosted for over decades. And every year we have over 350 projects submitted. And the award winning rate is about 15 to 20%. So it's very competitive. Okay, it is not any award that you can, receive easily without problem. It's very competitive, and you have to bring the best of your projects. And one thing I want to mention to you that it is really a witness of the success of health in all policy, that out of all the award winner cases, that over 50% are from non-health sector. So which means that the Healthy City Award winner, 50% are from other sector. Well, I might be an engineer, I might be a transportation engineering, and I might be from, tourism, I might be from, sometimes civil works. But I can be a Healthy City Award winner. So this is something that we can actually identify that the working of Taiwan Healthy City movement is actually, we kind of realize the healthy in all policy. And we have rooted this thought in all the public officers, in all the local workers. And so the healthy city and age-friendly city, kind of these two things merged together in 2013. And so far, it is kind of, two sides of one coin. Okay, and we are very proud of that because in Taiwan, it is almost, very different angle, but we're heading towards the same, the goal, like well-being of, the majority of population, which now is the aging population. And then now, because of the time limitation, I'm going to give you 3 cases of what has been done brilliantly in the past. And Taipei City, as the capital city of Taiwan, we have the most resources of among other cities. So the healthy city is a very successful one in Taiwan, in Taipei City, and Professor Liao and Professor Guo back there, they've been walking every step with Taipei City government to make sure that, okay, the program that promoted by the Taipei City government actually compatible to the role of capital city. So they did excellent jobs. And they are focusing on, several things, but one thing I want to really mention that that would be the all-inclusive society. Okay, it is one of the showpiece for Taipei City, and because Taipei City got the resources, like I mentioned that, so it creates the very environment, and the whole urban environment gets very, very friendly for all ages. It's not, it has its own, edge and advantage for that. So several things that has been very successful, but very, very difficult for other cities to replicate. Okay, in Taiwan, in Taipei City, is the first thing, the U-bike sharing system, which we promoted the active mobility in every MRT station, so that people can easily, transit from the metro station and riding the bicycle to everywhere they want in Taiwan, in Taipei City, and as well as they have the infrastructure of bicycle lane. So make riding bicycle an easy way. It's very, very, it's very difficult. But however, in Taipei City, they accomplished that. So in Taipei City, they also do what a very innovative project, pay as you throw waste. So it kind of echo to the circular sustainability, and then it's also very important in Taiwan because Taiwan is an island. We have a huge problem of waste disposal and waste, well, a lot of things, treatment issues. And then dementia-friendly communities. people in Taipei, we also portion of aging population, and most of them move to Taipei population, and most of them move to Taipei, but that also making Taipei city a quite aging city as well. So dementia-friendly communities is one of the major projects that Taipei City is promoting at the moment. And at the same time, the whole city is moving forward to improve a lot of green infrastructure to tackle what? To tackle the heat island effect, because Taipei City is built in a basin, and it encountered the most serious heat waves during the summer, and now it's getting worse. So the whole Taipei City having taking its own advantage and doing other cities, doing things that other cities is quite difficult to copy that. And now I'm taking you to a little bit southern of Taiwan, which is the Yunlin County, and it is also a very famous age-friendly county, and as well as with very successful healthy city projects. And they, unlike Taipei City, okay, most of Yunlin is agriculture land, and they are with very aging populations, and so they focusing on they are facing limited resources at the same time. So they're focusing on the community healthy aging projects. And they also, because of lack manpower, so they promote digital health promotion at the same time, okay, to deal with different issues. Considering you are rural environment, you are countryside, and with losing population at the same time, and very low fertility rate. So you need alternatives for taking care of older adults, making their life more up to the living quality. So this is the Yunlin County they're focusing on. And now I'm taking you to the east side of Taiwan. Also, it is the 2024 Award for Excellence, which is Chishang. Okay, it's in the Taidong County, and very different from the cities and counties on the west coast, and the county in the east coast. They are very rural, they are very remote, and so they kind of incorporate the idea of Sita slow movement. And they utilize the local resources, like they have very good agriculture resources. And Chishang rice was considered one of the best rice. I can't say the best. It's one of the best, because all the rices in Taiwan are really nice, very good. And so it is considered one of the best rice. And they utilize this, and to they utilize this advantage and to promote the culture-based healthy life circle for local people, mostly the older farmers. And also because of the beautiful landscape of the farmer agriculture land, so a lot that draws a lot of international tourists, local tourists, to go there, and then that kind of create some economic profit for them to promote better environment to host the tourists, also create the job opportunity for local people. So it kinds of sets a very good example of how very different, but how we can achieve healthy city and age-friendly city at a different location and in a different environmental setting. So to sum up, the healthy city in Taiwan today, we have we have so many good examples. We have very good mechanisms. We have good frameworks. And what needs us to work on more is to find the strength and find the resources, keep going. And we still have a lot of challenges, like I just mentioned, that people comes and goes, and all the local government officials, they sometimes change all the time. And for us, and we have to, work with new officials. We need to work with new governments from time to time, all the time. And then, but we kind of highlights the key directions for healthy cities in Taiwan at the moment. Like, we need to integrate smart and digital health systems. That's a must, because we're also facing low fertility rate and decreasing manpower. And we need stronger community empowerments, as well as we have to think ahead of climate and health integration at this moment. And for me, like Healthy City, to try to come up with this presentation, I think the Healthy City movement in Taiwan, it's beyond a movement already. Okay, it is already something that in the past 30 years, it's been rooted in so many governments and in so many communities. So it is an evolution of healthy city governance, and from the very beginning, and to just to like a pilot, and now it is an urban governance, sustainable urban governance model. And also, we, through the Healthy City Awards and all the efforts from the local government officials, we make it really into an intersectoral accountability, and we monitor how the sector's working, and we award them with the Healthy City Award, so that they will know what they're working means something, and it is visible, and it is appreciated. And in the end, of course, from top down and bottom up, and different cities has their own agenda. And so we leave the blank canvas for all the cities to work on their own healthy city movements and all their own work on their own healthy city models. And that also work. That also pays back at the same time. And last but not least, what do us academic faculty members do? That we try our best to spread, to publish our work with the local government and all the research result and all the mechanism, and we turn it into publications for people in the world to share with them about our experiences in Taiwan. And we hope that, if you ever, our foreign friends or students back there, and if you ever want, we encourage of you to do more research about healthy city movements and research and practice all together, and do more publications, of course, so that we will have more chances to communicate and to interact with other successful cases around the world, so that altogether we become a force. Yeah, and also we have scholarships for students. If you do research about healthy cities in Taiwan or do comparative studies, around the world, we welcome you. We encourage you, and I think that's it for my sharing and presentation. Thank you for today. Thank you.
啊，非常谢谢赵子妍教授用我们台湾自己的案例来分享。我想各位国内的朋友听了这个演讲以后，应该会有很好的收获跟学习所以等一下欢迎大家能够有一个提问的机会来跟赵教授来请教We are thanks for the Professor Zhao her wonderful speech to share the different models of the healthy city promotion in different healthy city in Taiwan. I hope for your comment and question. Will you have any comment? 有人要问我？好，大家很客气。我问您一个问题哈，在台湾一直在强调我们推动这样的工作，我们的特色就是公私协力。那您在这个部分有没有什么建议？Can you give any comment about the public-private partnership, relationship, collaboration? Thank you.
It's a long story, I would say. And as much as, like I mentioned in the presentation, we try our best to work with the private sector, including the local communities. But I think something is still we need to work harder on is to bring all the resources or efforts from the enterprise, from people who actually earn money, like TSMC or high-tech companies. We've been trying so hard from school perspective or from the government perspective, but we have been talking with each other for so many years that we are all limited. Like professors, we can only provide our ideas or our thoughts, but we don't have the money. And for the government, they do have some money, but not enough money. And so one thing that we really need is to bring all the people who with money to promote healthy city. And that's maybe the next quest for our companionship around the world promoting healthy cities. Thank you.
好，谢谢我们的赵教授这个很精彩的回应这个公私协力是我们推动健康城市非常重要的这样的一个方法跟工具。那不只是健康城市，在我们整个国家的建设、城市的建设，大概都是需要这样的情况。我相信赵教授刚刚的演讲应该给我们一个非常好的学习机会，也借这个机会祝福我们台湾的伙伴能够在这一次9月份的 AFC 的这样的一个研讨会当中做好最好的准备，然后呢我们到那个地方好好的发表，好好的争取相关的奖项马上成功，马上健康。OK， 好，那就借这个机会，谢谢我们的赵子元教授，谢谢。
好，我们谢谢赵老师精彩演讲，并且有请这个洪副理事长来颁发感谢状。
Yes, now we will do the appreciation ceremony. Okay. Thank you for all the excellent speech. And now it will be our lunch time. So our lunch break will be outside of the venue and will be from now to 1:30 p.m. So the conference will continue with section 1 and section 2. The section 1, parallel 1 will be in this room, and another section 2 will be in room 62X01, which will be on the right side after you walk out of the venue. So if you have any question, please feel free to ask any stuff.
再次感谢讲者们精彩的分享。接下来将进入午餐时间，用餐时间为12点到下午1点半。午餐将于教室外的庭院进行，下午请各位依兴趣于2个场次中选择其中1场参与。 其中呢 ，Session 1会在本场的会议室进行，而 Session 2会在这个教室外右手边的教室进行。若有任何疑问，请洽询工作人员。谢谢各位。
觉得像这样，然后拿很多，还有几十字母，对吧？
所以说这个是
可以把麦克风关。
its tender glow. We chase a world we'll never know. Your laughter sparks, it fills the skies. A love that dances like fireflies, flicker bright.
test, test, test. One, two, three. Test, test, test. Sounds good. Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xiu Wenzhou from NCKU. How about that? Is that? Okay, good. Karaoke. we got to ensure that this is smooth because we only have 1 hour in that section. So
We start here. Something.
没有，
有
只有老师你那边可能要关
OK
麦克风，会有鼻孔。
关麦克风，我关麦克风。
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, I see you turned off the Can you hear me? All right. I can't hear you because you muted yourself to avoid the echo, I think. I hope it's working now.
先我下线啊。OK, Xin, can you hear us?
Right now, yes.
No.
Oh.
Earlier, later I will let Shinichi to talk to you through the microphone here. So
Yeah.
respond to us if you can hear that. All right? Okay. I'm going to off.
Okay.
Okay.
I can't hear anything. I think you might have to unmute this. 成功大学的什么什么成功大学 USR. No. I'm speaking, but I can't hear anything from there.
And now can I Shen, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah. Technology.
Yeah. Is there any special settings that you have to put on your microphone? Mine doesn't seem to be working.
For your
I've checked audio settings, but I don't think it's actually working for some reason.
Huh? Are you talking about your headset?
My headset, sorry, yes.
I've never had a microphone problem with the Google Meet. Shouldn't be. I mean, you can test. You can go to the left bottom, right next to the drop down next to the microphone icon, and then headset. Change that. Except and I mean, you can also click into that little gear icon.
Yes.
I thought there's a test.
Yeah.
I mean, I can hear you clear.
Because I've taken it off. I didn't try again with my.
Yeah, even right now when you're taking it off.
Oh, there we go. I think.
Okay, there's something in it. What's the tab? Let me see. What's the tab?
Can you still hear me, Shen?
I can hear you. Yep. Let me message them.
Settings.
Shall I say something now? Okay. How about this? Can you hear me now or not? Shin, Pri? How about?
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Okay, that's good. Oh, good. Excellent. Yeah. Great. Well. Yeah. Shin and Pri, welcome. We are in Tainan. And then we're waiting for the session to start. How are you doing?
I can hear you now. I can hear you, Shinji's voice. Kind of overlapped with the other people. But
Overlap with other people? Why is that?
Sounds like a fun.
What's going on? Like Shin said, like my voice overlaps other people or something, which is weird. Oh, like people around the computer maybe? Okay, we're trying to find solution. In the meantime, Pri, can you speak so that we can check if we can hear you? Hello? Oh, maybe still microphone off. Okay, so how about now? Is it the sound better? Hopefully. Shin and Pri? Huh. We cannot hear them
Maybe
now.
I should stop sharing.
Pri,
I
are you
don't know.
there? Oh, here you are. Hello. Oh. Yeah. Shin might be typing something, looks like. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Making a face. Maybe not. What is, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, complicated. Yeah. I don't completely understand. So they do like YouTube and Google Meet to like at the same time? Are they doing? Yeah. Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now,
Okay,
Shinichi.
that's good. Hopefully the sound's better.
Yes, you sounds much better, clear. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad. Sorry about the trouble.
No, I think you guys are figuring out like input from either microphone versus the
Yeah, multiple
computer.
devices. So yeah, kind of hard.
Fun stuff.
Yeah. So how about Pri's there too, right? I cannot see you really there. Pri, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. How's this, can you speak a little longer so that we can make sure
Sure.
we can hear you clearly?
Sure. Good morning. How are you guys doing? Can you still hear me? Hi, Shen. Can you still hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, great. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. So. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Would you like?
Okay. 对，负责 slides。Okay, Xin and please, thank you so much for testing. Now we are going to work on our side. So we will turn on Shinichi's slide and pretend that we are presenting at this moment and to see if you can hear us as well. All right? Okay, let's get started.
麦克风会收音收档，然后现在档案说他们放什么就可以跑出来，所以他们现在是这个本来是备用的嘛，本来的影片是备用的。
对，我现在没有放影片，他讲的不是影片，就是我现在只是要说，就是让他先讲了，然后他们在远端是不是也都跟上我们现在正在演讲的过程？
哦，就是要他要让他们听。
对，就这样而已。
好，对，只是因为那
影片那个 PPT 呢？
有 PPT，你就是
PPT 在这里。
好，
但是你要让对方看到。
Yeah，right。
所以我这次要用 Google Meet。
不用啊，哎，
这样我才能 share 啊。
可是这样子那个画面就不好看了。
而且因为他那个回音什么，因为他没有办法。
对。
因为那时候没有讲好，本来想说是他们就看 YouTube， 但是他现在有办法。
好。Okay, Pri and Xin, as you know, that the whole conference has a YouTube link. I sent it to you earlier, and in case that there's a conflict, if you want to hear the session, we are afraid that because we are in the live section, so you won't be able to watch when we do the presentation. But if I'm going to send you the link again soon for the YouTube. So if you have another devices or you open another window, you can watch what's going on from the YouTube link. Will that be okay? Great, thank you. I see Pri nodding your head, so I think you got it. Thank you so much. Very complicated.
Yeah, I know.
That's hard. But I appreciate the team.
Yeah. Very, yeah. Thank you. All the technology. That makes me nervous. Slow.
Hello, Xin. We need to set up the screen again to be. Can you please share your PPT again? Xin, are you hearing me? Yes. Okay, good. Can you stay on the screen? We are going to set it up for the best. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we are working on that. Yeah. Good. Okay. Are you going to? Xin, can you please, open your camera and then try to speak a little bit? We want to hear your voice.
Turn off the camera or turn on? Sorry,
Turn
I'm
on,
speaking.
please.
Turn
your
on? Yeah,
camera.
it's on.
You turn on already? Okay.
Yep, it is on.
We are working on to centralize your screen. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks good. That looks good on YouTube. Thank you.
No. We haven't seen your.
Yeah, I think you might have to go down. That thing goes to be down probably. Can you go down? Yeah. Oh, or maybe the way it is set it up. Maybe
I don't
just
think
set
that
it.
you turn on your camera. Or that.
I did. I am doing
Hold
that.
on. Let me try.
Yeah. You might not be showing the whole participants yet. Mm.
We didn't see that you. Oh, you
Yeah.
are here. Okay, good.
Can you see me?
Good. We see you.
Yeah. I only see the red one. That's weird. There you go. Hi.
Hi.
Ooh.
Well, ours we don't have to. Yeah. 不用显示这个，它显示这个。对，太好了。
Oh.
好，很好，太好了。对。
无语。
哦，非常好，现在方面非常好，跟他讲，现在方面非常好。Now we need to set up Yeah, we want to set up yours as well.
Maybe I will stop sharing mine.
Yes,
first.
please. Yes.
Okay.
Great. Okay, now I see the slides from Please.
Okay.
So Pre, you need to put into the broadcast mode. Yeah. Pre, would you please also turn on your camera?
Hi. Fine, can you?
Yes.
Can you still hear me, Sharon?
Yeah, we see you here, right? Yeah. Okay. Good. Huh? So you have to turn your slide as a I think it's good now. Yeah, this is perfect now. Thank you so much for the testing. I think we will start our official presentation in 2 minutes.
So Shin and Pri, we are going to start our presentation as soon as they are ready.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon section of the conference. We will now begin parallel section 1. The theme of this session is Leisure as a Public Health Resource for Healthy, Resilient Cities, supporting the mental well-being of older disaster survivors across the globe. And the moderator for this section is Dr. Shinichi Nagata from Japan. Let's welcome Dr. Shinichi Nagata.
各位贵宾、各位与会来宾，大家下午好。接下来将进行下午的全球永续专题论坛。本场次主题为休闲作为健康韧性城市的公共卫生资源，支持全球高龄灾后幸存者的心理健康。本场次主持人为日本筑波大学健康与运动科学研究所副教授永田真一博士。让我们以掌声欢迎永田真一博士。
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had good lunch. You might be a little bit sleepy, but I hope we have a nice and friendly session, and also hopefully interactive as well. We're probably gonna rush our presentation quickly so that we can discuss our thoughts and your ideas and a lot of things after that. So, so first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committees as like Dr. Lin and also our team member Dr. Cho to make this event happen. We were very honored to be here to share some of the findings from our study. And in this, for the acknowledgement, I would like to mention that this research is supported by Worldwide University Network. So first, I would like to introduce our team. I myself here is Shinichi Nagata from University of Tsukuba. And then I work with our colleague, Dr. Shoen Cho, here, and also Dr. Randeep Rakwar from University of Tsukuba as well. But today, we have two scholars participating online who are Dr. Shintaro Kono from Canada, and also Dr. Pragashini Govender from South Africa. So our study really look at leisure in global scale, working, many researchers in many different countries. So I know there are many practitioners listening to this presentation. So I would like to share some of the keywords with you before that. So earlier today, our keynote speaker talked about aging, right? The world experiencing very fast pace of aging, and also, we are also experiencing climate change, which resulted in increasing disasters. And then some researchers says natural disaster, older adults, and mental health, that's a dangerous combination because older adults are often the case left out, and their mental health is in at the vulnerable place. So I myself am a recreational therapist, and some of us are leisure scholars. So our main question is, how can leisure be helpful for healthy cities beyond disaster? So from here, I would like to share some of the academic background to understand our work. So aging and increasing disaster risk is, as I introduced just now, but looking at the numbers, there are more than 4,000 natural disasters around the world between 2013 and 2023. And it affected about 1.7 billion survivors. So thinking about in the globe, there are about 8 billion people, nearly 1/4 of people, simple calculation, seem to be affected by that. So that is a big issue. And what is going on is the mental health impact. Survivors of natural disasters experience increased psychological distress because of many different contexts, right? They may experience relocation, they may experience financial challenges because of losing a job and things like that. So they have increased risk of mental health diagnoses like depression or PTSD. And some people may experience social isolation and loneliness, which also makes their mental health status worse. So earlier I said, older adults are in a vulnerable position, after the natural disaster. Research says there are, older adults have 2.1 times more likely to experience PTSD, and also they have 1.7 times more likely to develop adjustment disorder compared with younger people. So I think it's a really, really vast statistics. And then what even worse is that older adults are less likely to seek for mental health care because they have negative attitudes toward mental health care. So that was the starting point of us thinking about maybe we may be able to do something as a leisure scholars, because in leisure studies we say leisure can be a mental health resource, and then among older adults it can be a non-stigmatized resource for their mental health. So here I would like to define what leisure is. We define it as participation in freely chosen activities outside paid and unpaid responsibilities. But particularly we paid closer attention to experienced, perceived, intrinsic motivation. Like the activity has to be something an individual really, really want to do. So those are we define as leisure. And then there are some research, in the context of disaster recovery, and leisure has been identified as non-stigmatized and effective coping and resilience resources for disaster survivors. And then, so that kind of meet with our interests and focus of the population. We thought that might be very good combination. And then there don't seem to have much research paying attention to leisure, especially in a global scale. So that was how we started our research. So just a quick overview of how we did what we did. So basically what we did was qualitative research, which is to talk to people. So we conducted in-depth interviews. We sit with the research participants, talk about the particular topic for an hour or up to 2 hours each person. We talked to two different kinds of people: older adults who were affected by natural disaster survivors, and two disaster recovery practitioners who serve older survivors in Japan, Taiwan, Canada, and South Africa. In terms of how we analyze the data, we used a method called meta-theme analysis. So this is an extension of thematic analysis, which is often used in qualitative research. So this is an extension of that. We first analyze the interview data, first at each country by the site researcher, and then we brought them together to identify the meta-themes. So to look at how many people we talked to, here's the table. Taiwan and Japan, we talked to nearly 20 people. In Canada, South Africa, we talked to nearly 10 people each site. So these are the people we hear from. So from here, I would like to share some findings from each site. So first, I would like to show some of the Japan site findings. First, little bit about the background of our site. We focused on the survivors, older survivors experienced the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami. It was 15 years ago. It's a while ago, but it was very severe earthquake, magnitude 9.1 earthquake, and incredibly high tsunami, 10 to 20 meter tsunamis. So northeast part of Japan were mainly affected by those earthquake and tsunami, and many people were killed because of that. The casualty up until now is nearly 20,000 people and 6,000 injuries, and after 15 years, still 2,500 people missing. So it is a situation right now, but another important context of this disaster right now is that after 15 years, the support funding is declining. You know, no more funding for disaster recovery. And then the survivors, older survivors, are even more aged than before. So that is a particular context that I would like to share. So based on our analysis of interview data, you know, I classify the finding in three things: context, the role of leisure, and how we can use the benefit of leisure. So first, context. So after a while, the disaster survival, older people often need to relocate, right? Their houses might be broken or, you know, very dangerous to live, so they you know, relocate to other place. But in a while, they eventually come, you know, settle somewhere. And then after that, you know, along the process, likely because of being aged, like because of the old age, some people may not be able to continue working, or they stopped doing their leisure activities. And then that seemed to create the unfulfilled free time. And then during that time, people start to think about negative things, right? And then, you know, we call, so rumination is a term that represent repeated thoughts about uncontrollable negative things. Like people think about, oh, I should have done this or done that, so that we could help another people, or, you know, other people, yeah. So they think about many different uncontrollable things. Then their mental health gets worse. So that seemed to be happening among the older survivors who who experience unfulfilled free time. So I think that's the situation where leisure might be useful. So one major role I think leisure can be useful was stopping the rumination. Like, you know, while they're engaging in leisure activities, they may be able to focus on something, and then they don't have to think about the negative things. So one of the participants of my interview was a fisherman, and he used to like making toys with bamboo. And then after the disaster survivor, he realized that, oh, I have free time. I might do that again. And then he gave us this. This is his work. It's a dragonfly made out of bamboo. And then he said, while I'm making it, he doesn't have to think about the negative things. So that seemed to work. You know, stopping the rumination, and in addition to that, while he's making it, he seemed to experience enjoyment, the positive emotion, which can possibly lead them to greater well-being. Another finding related to the role of leisure is connections. Leisure seem to be a venue where people can get together and connect. You probably can imagine that when you do activities together with other people, you can get you can feel closer to those people. So how can we take advantage of the benefits of leisure? I would say we need to have somebody. Somebody has to organize, because it's very, very difficult to for older adults to do those activities alone. So maybe the local leaders, maybe the local organization may be able to help those organization part. And then it's probably very efficient to have somebody who listening to those older adults carefully and make the make their desires happen. And then lastly, I think older adults who tend to be withdrawn or isolated, sometimes a kind invitation, knocking that door, seems to be very, very helpful for them. So that is the findings from Japan's site. And here, from here, I would invite Dr. Randeep Rakwal to talk a little bit about his thoughts.
Good. Thank you very much. While the slides are coming on, oh, they're already on. No, good. So this morning we had, Jason is okay, and we had Stessa. So it's good. So what I realized, those two things, two talks, we had very important observations for me and our research in this university project. One was the housing displacement, and other was the environmental pollution and toxicity, so which directly related to that disaster site. And the other was nuclear. Tessa mentioned we have to go back to nuclear energy. Japan is going on the same way. We restarted the world's largest nuclear reactor in Niigata. Last month, we had a leak. They stopped it, then they replaced a part. A few days back, it has been restarted. So you can see the energy crisis. We can blame anyone, the war, Trump, we can blame anyone. But the point is we need energy. So these were very important observations in the morning. I have only 4.5 minutes now, okay. Yes. So that was, very important to be here. So thank you very much to be part of the team. I'm not a social science researcher. I mentor students in social science or sports or health related. I guide them to think. So Fukushima is one area where I work since the disaster. So okay, we have to go to the next slide, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, it's more pictorial. I like to image things. And the Itate Mura, it's called a village. Mura means a village. It was earthquake affected, but radiation was a side effect. So why I started radiation, I'm a stress biologist working on humans, plants, microorganisms, animals. So my colleague from working with Chernobyl, my senior colleagues, they said, can you measure the effect of low radiation, ultra low level radiation, which is constant? Oh, yes. So the soil was brought on a plane from Chernobyl. It passed the quarantine. I don't know how. I didn't ask. So, and I grew rice in the soil in a petri dish. And you can see radiation grow even from an ultra low level of radiation. So stress in any way is harmful. That's the second slide in that sequence. Then this nuclear disaster, I was working as a part-time hobby, on radiation. I was taking rice in the bullet train. Now if I take the aluminum covered box, police will jump on me. You know, what is this guy carrying? So I used to take my plants like my children to various nuclear reactors, put them, test them. So we found that radiation has a stressful effect, yes. So then this disaster happened and I moved to, can you come? You are old. I was 43. I said yes. So I reached this Itate village, and it's an extreme research environment. It's excluded. We need permission. So we just went like this. We just went like this. My student picked up the station, and we did some research. We stayed there, worked there for almost 14 years. And what happened is that we realized that elderly gentleman like him, Mr. Megro, he stood every year, rice field prepared. One word, one sentence, I just want to grow rice. He died, unfortunately, due to cancer. We don't know it's linked or not, but this happened. And then we have been continuing this for 15 years to get the facts. Facts. What is happening, and just present it to the public every year. So it's a very long road because the half-life of a radionucleotide, in this case cesium, is 35 years. So it will take around 300 years to come back to normal. That means displacement and toxicity in the environment. So it's a very, dangerous environment, but it's open. Yeah, thank you. Okay, sorry, 1 minute? 1 minute, okay. So one important point related to the Namie, which was devastated by the tsunami. Shinichi was talking about these survivors, including the fishermen. We thought the evacuation would be 2 to 3 days. This is from the tsunami. The local community, the whole was destroyed. Nothing worse for people who had the community as their base. In a moment, all was lost. So this is what happened. It's been 15 years. And this is you can see a lone pine tree. It's famous in the news. The elementary school is there, just next to the disaster. We recently visited. I took the students on a study tour to the area. So 2 things, finding a purpose. The survivors need a purpose in life. That's what, for self and for others. And having a hope for the future. That 2 messages come from the survivors in this Fukushima area, which was earthquake, radiation, and tsunami. Yeah, thank you. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Xue Wenzhou from NCKU. I'm here to share the data I collected here in Taiwan. And on April 3rd, 2024, we had a 7.2 magnitude earthquake hit the whole island of Taiwan, especially in Hualien. 18 lives have been lost and more than 100 injured. I think most of you here in Taiwan still have that memory. We have a terrible flying like a memory of this earthquake. Several buildings has been collapsed. Here is the picture when it happened. And now we see that that this building has been removed. Even though that this building has been removed, but there are some invisible scars still stay there, especially for the residents, senior residents who still in the Hualien area. They say that the whole building has been destroyed. Everything was gone. Interestingly, that when the earthquake first hit Hualien, they still feel calm because, as you may know, Hualien has a lot of earthquake all the time. But when the building was destroyed, and then after a week later on, they start to have this kind of physical symptoms, diarrhea, nausea, all comes from the mental stress that they have been suffered. So we found that they have encountered some delayed stress. Sorry, how can I come back? Sorry. Okay, so we have interviewed several senior survivors in Hualien, as well as some practitioners. And what impressed me is that we heard from the practitioners saying that even though the traumatized happened, seniors will withdraw themselves, isolate themselves. Even though that we say that the support is here to help you, they don't reach out. So we interviewed some members from the Tzu Chi Foundation. They said that the master told them that even though that they don't walk out, we walk in. So they have been actively to reach out to these seniors by direct phone calls or home visits, and accompany them to participate several activities within the community. So as you can see, this is all the picture my beautifully student assistants during the interview. They take the pictures in the community centers. We see that they have been actively participate a lot of community activities such as singing, karaoke, dancing, or making some wangui that they can do everything together throughout this kind of activities. So it comes closely to match with the flow state that we mentioned a lot in the leisure studies. Like when people are enjoying connection with their with people, they tend to forget all this the suffering fades, and then they feel that kind of joy being together with other people. So one interesting thing that we found, I think also across different sites, is that we found that many of the participants are females. Females are actively participate in a lot of these kind of community activities. But unfortunately, that male participants seem to withdraw from themselves participating in the activities, maybe due to traditional male roles or personal pride. That's the area definitely deserve our further investigation. How can we help with these male seniors to being isolated to participate into the community activities? But the good turning point we found in our data is that even though that they first see themselves as victims from these natural disasters, the turning point is that they start to restore the routines by participating the community activities. I think if you join us in the community tour yesterday, you see that the vibe of our community activity is vivid, and they start to restore the routine of their leisure activity in the community, and then they restore their dignity being as a helper instead of victims. So they try to provide some help. For example, serving meals for the construction workers, or provide tea for community members, something like this, to provide a help. So we see that they start to gain their strength from inner side, that they don't see themselves as victims. As there's one interviewee that beautifully put it, that she feels like she's stronger, even though she's the survivors from this disaster. She feels like she's become more capable of facing more challenge in her life. So this is our resistance framework. Even though that I mean, we will start from physical or administrative help, but we need to work on more proactive outreach for this group of people, and provide structure, leisure, or routine for their life, and then give them some purpose of the meaning of their life. So as you can see, I think Professor Nagata just shared that in our data, the Taiwan data, we have 3 interviewees. They serve both roles. 3, they are victims, but they are also the practitioners. So that's the interesting thing that from the Taiwan side, the data from Taiwan side. So I think we cannot avoid this natural disaster, but we can learn being stronger by through our leisure or community connections to work together to restore our everyday life. So the final, I would like to shout out to thank you for our interviewee participants for sharing the stories with us, especially the Tzu Chi Foundation, who has helped a lot in Hualien, as well as give us many information about what they have done and the help they have done there. And also my student assistants, the team member from WUN, we have every month for our research meeting in terms of what question are we going to ask, what kind of method we can approach to these interviewees. And also the Healthy City Alliance under the Professor Lin's leadership to make this presentation possible. So now we are going to turn our sharing to our remote scholars. First from Xin from Canada. So bear with me that we will have a little bit of transition from online. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Xin, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, now it's your turn. The floor is yours.
Can I get started? Okay. Hello, everyone. I think it's afternoon. Can you hear me okay? I hope. My name is Shintaro Kono. I'm associate professor in the Faculty of Kinesiology, Sport and Recreation at the University of Alberta, Canada. This is a report from the Canada site, Jasper, Alberta, and I would like to recognize the significant contribution for this presentation and our research, the Canada site, by my graduate research assistant, Cole Lundström as well. And this is the map of Canada, and in that, orange is the province of Alberta. This is where we are, and this red star is Jasper, which is a town we're going to focus on in this case study, Canada. For those of you who don't know, a little bit of background, the 2024 Jasper wildfire complex, that's the disaster we focused on. There was an evacuation order on July 22, 2024, and it led to 25,000 people fleeing, escaping the town, including residents, workers, and the visitors. On September 7, 2024, it was declared under control, and during that time, the fires burned more than 80,000 acres. That's a lot of space, and damaged over 350 structures in the town of Jasper, which is more than 1/3 of the whole town. And this is considered as one of the most devastating and expensive wildfires in Canadian history. Jasper is a very unique place if you've never been. I strongly encourage you to visit Jasper and the Western Alberta. It's a beautiful place. Town of Jasper has a national park, actually the biggest, I think, national parks in Canada, which is managed by Parks Canada, which is a federal national agency. So here below in the middle, you can see municipality or town, local government of Jasper, and that's directory under Government of Alberta, which is the provincial government. However, this part is normal, but unique part is that there's a Parks Canada, the red part, that's a national agency directly influencing some of the things in the town of Jasper. And because of that, Parks Canada's influence, people living in Jasper had to have tensions and a more conflict, I would say, with the insurance companies after the wildfire. So we'll look into that. So through the interviews, what we heard, one of the themes, one of the disaster-related challenge was this feeling stuck, the feeling of being stuck in the disaster reconstruction process. It was very slow, unclear, and frustrating process, mainly because of this complex jurisdiction mix or layers, if you will. For example, in this quote, female survivor is talking about how so many governments exist and they're trying to manage this town of Jasper. There are so many layers to it. And the survivors, didn't really know about what's going on, who is making decision, what's happening in terms of recovery for a long time. So there's not just a long time, but also there's an uncertainty around what's happening. And another key stakeholder in this frustrating process is an insurance company who was supposed to compensate for the fire damage, but that was very slow, partially because the Parks Canada, because it's a national park, had a higher environmental standards in place in Jasper, which was not respected or understood by insurance companies. So there's more frustration, more confusion there. For example, this male survivor talking about how dealing with the old insurance stuff was really taking a toll on the mental health, and they had to always think about what to do next in an insurance claim and so on and so forth. Now, in such a frustrating context, leisure became a very, very important, what I call positive distraction. The enjoyable leisure activity allowed survivors to not think about their frustration and slow rebuilding process, even for a short period of time. And that was important. For example, this survivor was talking about how insurance is not moving forward. So he was going to knock some nails into 2x4. That means a tree, wood, the piece of wood, because he was doing a carpentry, making things out of woods, and take some frustrations out on that, hammering nails into that. Another issue we observed after wildfire is that communities were fragmented. A wildfire weakened community by displacing people, which was mentioned by a few other lead here too. For example, in this quote, one female survivor lost her best buddy, so best friend, because that friend lost the house. Her husband passed away a long time ago, so her children wanted to take care of her. And that means that best friend had to move to the eastern part of Canada. And that was, they could rejoin the younger family, but at the same time, their friendship was sort of broken up. Another reason why community was fragmented is because there's this interesting case of survivor's guilt. It's a little different from what we think. What happened was that survivors who didn't lose their house, felt difficult in reaching out to those who lost their house because they perceived difference in the survivorship in their disaster damage. They felt awkward and they felt hesitance reaching out to those who seems to have lost more in the disaster. So that prevented interaction among survivors. So in such a situation, leisure became a very important context where building the interaction begins, the relationship get rebuilt, and the community can be rebuilt. For example, this female survivor is talking about how she focused on her church work and trying to bring a community together to rebuild relationship in Jasper. So that's the report, short report from Canada, and I think I'm passing to Ree from South Africa next.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Dr. Shintaro Kono. Next, another of our colleague, Dr. Prakshini Govinder, will present some findings from South Africa. Yeah. Okay. Now, yep. Okay, great. So it's your turn, Pri. Oh.
Can you hear me, Shen? Good morning.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thank you so much. Greetings from South Africa. I'm Prageshni Govender from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm a professor in the School of Health Sciences. In this presentation, I hope to demonstrate what we learned from older disaster survivors about leisure, community, and recovery as part of the South African strand of this cross-national study. Please just give me a second. Let me take you to the place where this data comes from. So KwaZulu-Natal is a province on the eastern coast of South Africa. And over the past 8 years, it has been flooded repeatedly. These are not isolated crises. They seem to be a recurring condition of life for the people who live here. We spoke to older survivors and relief practitioners who have worked with these communities over a number of years. Almost all of the survivors that we accessed were from rural areas. They were pension dependent on a government grant of about $100 per month and were living alone or with extended family at the time of the disaster. This matters because it shaped everything about what leisure means and what it can realistically offer. And what made this province particularly distinctive was not just the frequency of the disaster, but what surrounded the disasters. Some of our survivors were hit by a second flood before they even received help from the first. And one of our community liaisons told us plainly, our government has failed to provide for flood victims. Nothing has happened, and old people are struggling to cope. South Africa carries the highest income inequality index in the world, and KwaZulu-Natal is one of the 3 poorest provinces in the country. About 60% of adults live in poverty, and this is just not background statistics, it's the daily material reality of the people that we interviewed in the study. And in April 2022, for example, alone, in one event, about 500 people died in a single flood event. A national state of disaster was declared. Over 40,000 people were displaced, 12,000 homes destroyed, and about 17 billion rand in infrastructure damage to roads, water, power, and much of which actually remains unrepaired years later. And for older adults specifically, only 21% have access to private medical insurance. The remaining 80% rely on public health services or nothing at all. Chronic illness is the norm and not the exception. So when we ask how leisure supports mental health in this context, we are asking that in a space and a place where the baseline conditions that most mental health models may assume actually do not exist in this context. Now, what makes South Africa's contribution a little unique to this cross-national study is this concept of Ubuntu. I am because we are, which permeated almost every account of the participants. AM baked Vetkoek and shared it with the neighbors who helped her, enacting Ubuntu through leisure practice. DG wished she joined leisure groups before the disaster, and KP told us that having a family who listened was in itself what made her stronger. This implication is significant as in South Africa, purpose is constituted relationally, and this appeared to be anchored in specific others in their own leisure pursuits. I would like to briefly just present what we learned from the South African sample. Leisure as active mental health regulation. So survivors didn't just relax into leisure, they deployed it with quite a bit of intention against acute psychological collapse. Walking broke the paralysis of grief, baking displaced traumatic rumination over the disaster. Church attendance for some was timed to moments of crisis. And the cognitive mechanism was that by occupying the mind, created insufficient space to actually experience those intrusive and distressing thoughts. And what KP called, my mind was occupied and that's what helped. This is self-directed cognitive regulation enacted through activity and some of their leisure pursuits. Ubuntu as the architecture of recovery. In Ubuntu ontology, the self is constituted through others. This means that post-disaster, mental health recovery could not be individual for these persons. The leisure activities of baking, walking, church attendance, for example, was just the vehicle. The relational constitution was actually the destination. So women who accessed communal networks recovered, men who actually did not felt isolated. And the intervention implication is radical, as we know from other mental health models that targeting individual behavior change is what's required, but this actually might be structurally misaligned with this particular population. And then the purpose anchored in specific others. Purpose emerged not only as an abstract life goal, but as concrete named relationships. For KP, it was her granddaughter. For DN, they begged for children who came to her door. And DG got boosted by cooking for her grandchildren. This well-being here is inseparable from generativity, where giving to others generated their vitality rather than depleting it. And critically, where basic safety was absent, we found that purpose was almost inaccessible, because we realized through the study that purpose actually does require a structural flaw. Structural inequality as the hidden variable in the study, the contrast between KP, one of the survivors who was employed, relocated, and had access to parks, movies, etc., and as opposed to another survivor who was unhoused, unhelped, stayed alone, and isolated himself doing nothing, is not a difference of personality or motivation we found in the study. It was a difference of structural access. And so leisure's capacity to support mental health depends entirely on the conditions that make leisure possible. And in this particular province, with no parks, halls, or sports fields, and with government somewhat abandonment documented over decades, leisure-based recovery is available to those only who can access it. And the most unwell of our survivors are precisely those for whom leisure is structurally actually out of reach. And so for this conference theme, the KZN findings are a direct provocation. The Healthy Cities lens tells us about leisure infrastructure being equal to disaster preparedness. Faith communities appear to be filling the gap that formal services leave, and policy should look at this. And then we also need gendered programming. And one of our liaison participants also spoke about a project where they looked at one garden linking food security, social cohesion, and leisure into a single initiative. And so to close quickly, South Africa adds 3 things to this global study. Ubuntu reframes Ikigai. Purpose appears to never be only individual. The structural inequality becomes a comparative variable. It lets us isolate what structural conditions actually enable leisure-based recovery. And the gender leisure gap, women's communal survival versus men's near total isolation, is a findings that has implications for program design. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Govinder. So while we're transitioning, I would like everyone to give big applause for Dr. Randy Rockwell, Dr. Cho, Dr. Kono, and Dr. Govinder. So So as we conclude, I would like to share with you our meta themes. We did the analysis and we brought them together, and then what we have found was that the cross-cultural role of leisure. I think what we have found was that leisure was a catalyst for social connection. People connected together through leisure participation, and that seemed to be a really effective way to combat social isolation and loneliness. Another thing was that leisure, as an intrinsically motivating activity, functioned as a coping strategy. So leisure activity by itself seemed to be really helpful improving their mental health and well-being. So what is the relevance to healthy community? I think extend our findings, we can talk about social capital. People connected together, and then people started to help each other, right? And then I think social capital is researched so significantly, and then known that it is associated with resilience. So possibly leisure can be the pivot point to improve social capital in the community and to make the resilient city. So at last, I would like to say stakeholders at all levels should think about applying leisure to make the places where people can meet together, interact, and make connection, so that we can create healthy, resilient city. So thank you. This is our presentation part. Hopefully we can do some interactions to probably your questions answered. So 5 of us are standing here to answer any question.
Yes, it's fascinating that leisure can be an intervention for promoting mental health, and I appreciate your study. I know at this stage it's just a qualitative studies that you collect data from like 10 or 20 people from 4 countries. I'm interested in, are you going to study what kind of leisure activities will be more effective in the community? The reason why I'm asking this question is that I do swimming in the morning if I have time, so almost every day. And then sometimes in the swimming, it's kind of you are being alone. It's a leisure, but you are alone. So while you are swimming, that many thoughts will be around my mind. So that may be negative, maybe positive. Okay, so that's the first question. And the second question is that we all know when you exercise to a certain point of time, for example, if I'm swimming for 30 minutes, then in my body there will be endorphin created, and I will be more happy. So that's the positive side. So how are you going to study, first of all, what kind of activities that will be more effective? The second one, an activity like swimming, will be beneficial to our elders, because that will be considered safer for movement, because we all afraid those elderlies will fall down in doing like strength activities or aerobics, the kind of activities. So have you thought about that?
Yep, thank you. Very great question. Thank you so much. So I think the first question, so in leisure studies, as I said, we're focusing on activity that people would really like to do, intrinsic motivation. So we saw this leisure as rather bottom-up activities rather than, okay, so swimming is good, you should do swimming. That's top-down, right? However, I think what we are really trying to focus on is bottom-up, like what do you like to do? And then the activities they identify as important or they like to do, that, you know, coming with intrinsic motivation is helpful for them to perhaps experience flow, as Dr. Cho said. And then perhaps it's much easier for them to like zone in, like experience flow, not thinking about other thing, but kind of immerse into that. So yes, you know, focusing on activity is important. Yeah, because I think, you know, certain level of physical activity, for example, that is, you know, physically measurable. That might be, you know, helpful to quantify some effect. Yeah, but we are trying to see it from a different way. And then, is there anybody else who wants to respond to this question, including Shin or Pri? Oh, sure.
Thank you. So what we did in Fukushima was, first, the villages, because they are already villages, so it's a rural setting, not an urban setting. So they did what they liked, which was farming and going to meet people, getting together. And one of my senior colleagues, who is a survivor and a practitioner, so we kept organizing study tours, not only for our university for 15 years, for others. So that kept, he's more younger than me actually now. So that may be a quantified, we can do the blood test. So the other is also, we tried to create, as you said, activities. So IDS students created the sports festival for the senior citizens in that village. So first we were, no, they won't come, but they came in quite a large number. We did 2 activities with international and Japanese students, and the seniors actually, they played, and we were afraid they might fall down, but they didn't hesitate, and they were 85 plus, and they took part in very aggressive play. So it was both ways, so what they enjoyed and what we created as students in our university, that we created sports festival, which we saw with Linda yesterday, sports activities. Yes, so we created a undokai. In Japan, it's called undokai, sports festivals. So both things work. We can quantify, but it's also how they like to enjoy together, yeah. So that's what I experienced personally. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much for your participation. This concludes our presentation. Thank you so much.
I will say thank you to Professor Nakata and Professor Zhou organize this session. Then we can exchange we can share each other, come from all the global idea about how to use the exercise or physical activity or recreation to help each other. So I will say thank you to you guys. Okay, 3 professor. Okay.
Professor Kono and Professor Govinder, you're also on the big screen, so prepare to take a picture. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor Lin, and all the good talks from different professors. So now we will have a tea break. So we will have a tea break outside the venue as well, and it will end until 3 p.m. So please come back at 3 p.m.
感谢各位讲者精彩的分享与讨论。接下来是茶叙交流时间，会场外已准备茶点，欢迎各位交流与讨论。下一场会议将于3点准时开始，请各位准时回到会场。
witnessing how children
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We will now proceed the panel discussion, investing in sustainable healthcare for healthy communities. The moderator for this section is Professor Mark Lin, Professor Emeritus at National Cheng Kung University and former president of the Joint Commission of Taiwan. Let's welcome Professor Mark Lin.
欢迎各位回到会场，接下来进行专题论坛，为永续社区投资健康。本场主持人为成功大学名誉教授、前医策会董事长林启珍教授。让我们以掌声欢迎林启珍教授。
Hi, honorable guests and every audience. Thank you for coming back to this section. I think this section is not the least, but the last section, and actually it is the more important because I think there must be a purpose for our efforts to make the cities or the communities healthy. It is because we want to promote the health condition of every people in the city or in the communities. And we know that the health is devoted to psychological, physiological, and social. So how to promote health is the most importantly. It is for the self-care, the most importantly, but then I think the support system for healthcare is important. So that's the reason why we devoted it to talk about how to invest the sustainable healthcare system in healthy communities or societies. And the reason why I was become the moderator is because I used to be the past president of Joint Commission of Taiwan. And probably you did not know that JCT, Joint Commission of Taiwan, is responsible for the hospital accreditation for all the hospitals in Taiwan, and also responsible for health promotion and the quality improvement in Taiwan. So that's the reason why I'm here, and it is my great honor. So firstly, I would like to invite our facilitator, Dr. Associate Professor Sun Yi from Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Professor Sun, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Lin, for your introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. It's really my great pleasure to be here. And once again, thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Sun Yi. I'm actually from the Department of Building and Real Estate. So you probably wonder why a person in buildings and real estate talking about health and communities in this occasion. So this is a picture that is quite familiar in Hong Kong. So we have 7.5 million population, but we only have 1,000 square kilometers of land. However, only 1/4 of the land are built up areas, and housing account for 5%. So we build everything in high rises. So I think this is not only a landscape in Hong Kong, but also a landscape in a lot of Asia Pacific cities. So I think it is really important that we discuss healthy cities, discuss urban plannings and communities from Asia's perspectives, particularly in cope with climate change, health crisis, so on and so forth. So my presentation today is entitled Planning, Catalyst for Sustainable Healthcare and Healthy Communities. So I purposely use planning because I know the guests are from healthcare plannings, sectoral plannings, industrial plannings, including urban planning. So this is a brief introduction. So I think we all talk about the sustainability, right? And then dating back to 1960s, it is the origin concept of sustainability where Rachel Carson in her book, Silent Spring, talk about the use of chemicals or pesticides actually has a very severe implications on the environment or the ecology. That actually set a tone for the discussions on sustainability. And then from years to years, there are different versions of sustainability. I understand that this Brundtland report has been well understood worldwide, but there still remain some of the questions. For example, how can we strike a balance between economic, social, and environment? And whether sustainability has been used as a leverage to fulfill certain interests, for example, in the economic or in the development, in the name of sustainability, right? And how and to what extent we can operationalize sustainability in different sectors, for example, in view of climate resilience, in view of urban planning and urban renewal, right? And then in the year 2000, this concept actually has been translated into the 8 development goals, which actually 15 years later has been extended to 17 goals. So actually there are some very significant change. Say for example, the goal 3, there used to be HIV, diarrhea, and now changed to health and well-being. So health and well-being means more than being free from diseases. So it talks a more comprehensive understandings about what we understand quality of life, or how we make sense of what is health, right? So according to Keyes, environmental psychologist, well-being include emotional, psychological, and social well-being, touching on almost every aspect of your life. For example, whether you are able to navigate the environment and most of your resources to live a better life, or you feel happy, you feel rewarded or fulfilled. It also includes social well-being in terms of how you position yourself within your communities or societies as a whole, right? So health and well-being is a very important highlight in the SDG. And then SDG 11 talks about sustainable cities and communities, which resilience has been emphasized, which also echoes with what we'll discuss later in the presentations today, right? And then when we talk about resilience, it's more than bounce back, right? When we view disturbances, but moreover, it relates to how we make use of the crisis or disturbance to achieve a better system that is better than before. So apart from preparedness, recovery, it is more related to capacity buildings. And here, the capacity refers not only the capacity of our healthcare systems, also refers to communities in terms of their cohesion, solidarities, the use of resources, as well as the attachment, or what we call environmental masteries. How you are going to master where you live to achieve better life or to fulfill positive functioning, right? However, in order to achieve sustainability and also well-being, there are some challenges that are commonly faced in the Asia context. And I think Professor Chow has mentioned this morning about the very fast growing aging population, that is population age 65 and above. So in Professor Chow's book, Planning for Green Cities, I think the very important information from this book is trying to identify the pathways from the environment to the well-being. So quality of life promotion or well-being promotion beyond more than public health, nursing or medical doctors, whether, or more importantly, where we live, where we go, that is the neighborhood, the layout, our transportation systems, the landscapes actually have a lot bearings on the behavioral change of older people, their perceptions, as well as their well-beings as a core. The second one is about extreme weather events. I just randomly typed the extreme weather event as a keyword in the South China Morning Post. There are hundreds of news every day, including the heat waves in the United States, the flood in Spain and Portugal, including the storms in New Zealand, and also there is a recent studies about climate change actually minimize the life expectancy of the population in Hong Kong. So if you combine these two, older people are particularly actually vulnerable under the extreme weather events, which actually promote or shed light on a more important questions about the health equity issues. How and to what extent our preparedness or medical healthcare system are able to cater for the specific needs of the vulnerable populations. The third challenge is it's very specific in Hong Kong, but I think it will be gradually extend to the neighboring regions and economies. It's apart from the population aging, Hong Kong currently witness a aged building as well. So in Hong Kong, we have 4,000 buildings, and 50% of the buildings are aged 30 years old or over. 30% of the buildings are aged 50 years old or over. So 50 years in the engineering perspective is a time for rehabilitation or retrofitting. So if the retrofitting lacks a transparent framework, lacks a proper regulatory design from the top, or the process is not able to engage different stakeholders, including the community members, or there is a very huge knowledge gap between the professionals and everyday citizens, there will be tragedy, like the lack of trust, lack of transparencies. So there is a bid rigging, so on and so forth, which will likely become a matter of life and death, right? Taking these three together, when we think about plan as a catalyst, what to plan, we are, as a planners, the only things we can change is the built environment, but we understand that every changes in the built environment, including the zonings, the layout, the transportations, have a fatal impacts on the behavioral perceptions of people, which actually have a very important implications for well-being. And we also need to pay attention to the vulnerable populations, because under the extreme weather events or climate change or the double aging, the risks are actually geographically unevenly distributed to different groups of people. So the next question is how and to what extent we identify those people and what are the targeted interventions to improve their health and well-being. We talk about resilient system, particularly after the COVID-19. So to what extent we are able to bounce back in terms of the healthcare settings, in terms of the community settings, to cope with the next round of, hopefully it will not, the public health emergencies, right? Say, for example, in Hong Kong, we actually are promoting the social prescription. So we hope that after the patient being discharged, the communities, by working with the NGOs, community centers, rehabilitation centers, we hope that the communities are able to provide necessary resources and support it for rehabilitations, for recovery, so that people or patients have the abilities to master where they live. Urban renewal, urban planning also very important. And finally, it's about the capacity building. I just randomly list some very layman questions. I think for planning, there are a lot of things to do. Say, for example, what different types of old building affect health during extreme weather events? Or if we want more evidence-based policy makings or decision making, what types of data are needed to assess which communities face highest challenges so that we can have the targeted interventions? Or by taking advantage of technologies, AIs and sensings, so what are the new technologies, sensors or retrofitting methods that could improve smart living and our quality of life? And finally, it's about medical social collaborations, but how healthcare teams, urban planners, and community groups can actually collaborate in everyday practices, not only during emergencies like COVID-19. So today we are very honored to have three very good presentations actually talking about different angles, about the solutions and the experiences. So I hope these real-world experiences could help us think about the better building design, healthcare system, smarter communities, and more sustainable development pathways. So I really look forward to learning from you. And once again, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for his very important speech. Is talking about how to combine the sustainable SDG goals 3 and 11, and then talk about the challenges. And from challenges, we know we have to overcome the challenges. Then we need a more resilient system, or not only the philosophy but also the strategy. So we have three very good panelists. The first one, Dr. Li Ziting. Li Ziting is originally from Department of Public Health from National Taiwan National Cheng Kung University. She should be here, but however, she was assigned a job that he cannot. I'm not in a job. It is a work that she cannot resist. So unfortunately, so she recorded his talk right over here. Yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Professor Mark Lin, Professor Yi Sun, Dr. Mark Avery, Dr. Corny Ken Rugan, distinguished guests and colleagues. It is truly an honor to participate in this panel discussion. Although I'm unable to attend in person and can only join by recording, I'm delighted to share with you the experiences of Taiwan's climate-resilient healthcare system from the perspective of a clinical family physician. Climate change is no longer a distant environmental issue. It is a daily clinical reality. Globally, climate change is driving increasing extreme weather events, environmental degradation, shifting disease patterns, and growing pressure on healthcare systems. From a clinical perspective, we are witnessing how environmental changes reshape human health. Rising temperature contribute to heat-related illness, such as dehydration, heat shock, and also increased the cardiovascular events. Air pollution worsens respiratory disease. Changes in ecosystems alter the distribution of pathogens and vectors, which increase infectious diseases. These climate-sensitive health risks disproportionately affect vulnerable populations, including older adults, pregnant women, children, and individuals with chronic diseases. As a result, health systems are facing not only higher demand, but also more complex and multifaceted care needs. As a family physician, I observe these impacts directly in daily practice. In Taiwan, vector-borne disease, particularly dengue fever, offer a clear example. Dengue is often described not only as an infectious disease, but also as an environmental disease. After heavy rainfalls, standing water creates ideal breeding conditions for mosquitoes, leading to outbreaks after. This reflects an important concept. Environmental change translates directly into disease patterns. Taiwan, in Portuguese, known as Ilha Formosa, which means a beautiful island, but also highly vulnerable to climate-related hazards. We have beautiful seas and magnificent mountains. We also face frequent typhoons, earthquakes, flooding, droughts, and heat waves. These natural hazards do not only cause environmental damage, they also pose significant challenges to healthcare systems. Let me share two cases. In 2016, February 2nd, just the day before Lunar New Year, a major earthquake struck southern Taiwan, causing a building collapse and mass casualties. This is the deadliest earthquake after September 21st in 1999. As shown on the slide, you can see the high-rise buildings was brought down to the ground. National Tsinghua University Hospital immediately activates emergency response systems. In our institution, more than 200 healthcare professionals returned to the hospital to support care delivery. Teams were deployed both in the emergency department and at the disaster site, working in shifts to provide continuous care. This case highlights the importance of rapid mobilization, coordinated teamwork, and hospital preparedness in acute disasters. Case 2 is Typhoon Dennis, which happened in 2025, just last year, July 6, which represents a different type of challenge. As you can see on the slide, the strong wind brings down the telegraph tower and also the huge buildings. Afterwards, rainfalls cause landslides and floods. Unlike earthquake, typhoons are relatively more predictable. However, their prolonged impact causes system-wide stress. During Typhoon Dennis, the main challenge was not mass casualties, by disruption of healthcare operations, transportation breakdowns within the cities, health workers unable to reach hospitals to take shifts, increased demand for ongoing cares in the hospital. In response, hospitals implemented adaptive workforce deployment to maintain healthcare system functioning. This illustrates a critical point. Climate events challenge not only emergency response, but also health system continuity. Following extreme weather events, another wave of health challenge emerged afterwards. In Taiwan, post-flood periods are associated with increased risk of acute gastroenteritis due to contaminated water and food, vector-borne disease such as dengue, and mental health conditions including PTSD. These impacts extend beyond hospitals into the community, requiring a broader integrated response. From a family medicine perspective, our role is essential across all phases. Before disasters, patient education, patient empowerment, risk communication, and chronic disease stabilization. During disasters, continuity of care, telemedicine, and coordination across healthcare levels. After disasters, management of possible infectious disease, mental health support, and community recovery. Family physicians serve as a bridge between healthcare systems and communities. One of Taiwan's miracles, the National Health Insurance System demonstrates several strengths in healthcare resilience. First, universal health coverage for everyone. Second, comprehensive digital health records. Third, strong continuity of care. And last, flexible system adaptability during crisis. These elements allow for efficient patient redistribution, reduce single system overload, and ensure continuity even under stress. In conclusion, climate change is transforming healthcare. As shown in the slide, climate-related hazard plus vulnerable factors increase personal health risk. Also, it brings challenges to communities, health workforce, infrastructure, energy system, water system, food system, and health systems. All of these impact on health outcomes, injuries, heat-related illness, cardiovascular disease, respiratory disease, vector-borne disease, zoonosis, and mental health. To respond effectively, we need resilient hospitals, a prepared and adaptable workforce, and strong community partnerships. Together, these elements lead to what truly matters: healthy and resilient communities in the world of climate change. As a family physician, I believe climate resilience is not only about systems, it is about people, relationship, and continuity of care. Thank you very much for all your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Jiting, for her excellent talk about the experience of National Cheng Kung University Hospital in dealing with environmental challenges as well as the vector-borne diseases. And actually, we know that it is not only the efforts of one university hospital, but also it is a national strategy. So maybe all the audience, our speaker, distinguished speaker from other country, did not know that the president of Taiwan, William Lai, is a graduate of National Cheng Kung University. And actually, after his presidency, he started three important committee. One is health committee, the other is environmental committee, and the third one is the security committee for our national goals. So I think as we know that we just overcome the COVID-19, I think the vector bone diseases are also very important for as can be classified as the environmental or challenges. So now we have two more important panelists from Australia. The third one, actually, the third one is Connie. Connie is Yan Cai Yu. He is Yan Cai Ru. I'm sorry, Yan Cai Ru. If you don't know how her name is spelled in our book, actually it is a Taiwanese. Ngam Cai Gyok. Ngam Cai Ru. Oh, sorry again. Yeah. Oh, okay. So let us welcome Connie, please.
For the kind introductions, and thank you and good afternoon everyone. I'm Connie Gan, so also safe thoughts to the people who are suffering typhoons in the northern of Queensland at the moment. A lot of the disasters and extreme weather events is happening as we are speaking, but hopefully we give you some hope after our presentations. Title and also great opening of Dr. Sun's. A lot of the challenges are happening at the same time. We need to be super creative and very flexible. So imagine you are carrying 50 elderly people and you had the early warning saying that flood is coming. And you only have 3 staff. What would you do the first step for you? 50 elderly people in a nursing home. You have 3 staff and maybe 5 of them are in continuously needing life support. What's your first step? Search Google, ChatGPT, please tell me. So this is not a make-up case, this is a real case scenario in Queensland. We have some working with the aged care facility and also some news happening. This is a case in Melbourne, in Victoria, that 25% surge hospitalization after a heat episode. And 3 weeks ago also, the bushfire was coming very near to hit a aged care facility and was asked to evacuate the residents in the aged care facility, but it's very near, but they don't need to. And very sadly that the plan wasn't really confident enough to implement. So that raised a lot of discussion at the moment in Australia to ask that we do have a plan, we have all the binder, but is it working or not? We don't know. We haven't tried yet. We don't know if it's working or not. So these are some of the real case or real world scenarios that really prompt researcher to really have to think hard and urgently to find some solutions that we are facing at the moment. But we know that when all the cases show up in the hospitals already too late, it's tip of the iceberg. So how can we be more proactively to have preparedness and effective intervention in the community before they're coming to the hospital? So a lot of the attention right now is a lot of the critique that 73% of the population live in the major cities, as it's actually the urban heat island effects that is exposed. And the reactive for the interventions that we have right now is kind of very slow and afterthought. So it's not very proactive in the front. This is a healthy city community. We understand that the paradigm shift needs to go from seeing just the disease, sign and symptoms, to really seeing that person's. We understand that your postcode is more important than your gene code at the moment. Where do you live? Who do you have in your surrounding that you could count on? Setting-based approach, place-based approach is much more important with the health promoting approach. For the last 30 years, a lot of the efforts alongside with the healthy city movement, we have the health promoting hospital movement, and in Taiwan is the highest numbers of members subscribing to the idea that we are not just treating the disease, but how do we proactively promoting health of our patients, of our staff, as well as the community, and also extend our care to the environment. If healthcare is a country, we are in the top 5 of highest emitting carbon emissions in the whole world. We operate 24/7 with high intensity energy with all the equipment. And a lot of the buildings are very high intense of carbon emissions. So we have a lot of environmental impact to be reduced. So for WHO, the goal right now is to really build a safe, climate resilient, environmental sustainable healthcare facility. So we are not just aiming for continuity of care, we are also looking at how we reduce our carbon footprint. And also, how do we make sure that our patients, our staff are safe during those crises? So these are the guidelines, and we have aims also, and more than 101 countries, including Taiwan, has also have targets on how we achieve and when we are achieving this low carbon, and how we know that we are on track or not. So all the indicators are there. But then the question is, how do we localize and make it not just a plan sitting in a shelf, but really benefiting the community in needs? So this is a journey for Queensland government. From the national, we have the National Health and Climate Strategy, and down to the Queensland state, we now are implementing our climate risk strategy from the City Council to all the health services. So a lot of the projects right now is really looking at aged care facility, primary health care, all the different healthcare facility, and understanding their climate risk in their local area. And what are the adaptive capacities, not just looking at risk, but what kind of good capacity that they have that we could strengthen. So the challenges is always the translational gap. So on top is looking very good, nice policy, but it's really hard to bring down to the local reality. There's warning in place telling you that there's flood coming, it's going to be hot. Then what is the actions coming up to really respond to those early warning? A lot of time my colleagues will tell me, I understand this is coming, but I don't have staff to react on this. We don't have resources to arrange to respond to this. So all these local implementations sometimes can be super hard, and there's a translation gap there. Thanks to all the amazing colleagues and my teams, we are now researching a lot on what are the interventions would be best in terms of money, because money always talks and people have the eyes open and create a lot of buy-in. And also, what are the feasibility and the benefits, not just money-wise, so the social benefits and other benefits, to convince people that this initiative needs to happen now, not in the future. So comparing different type of decarbonization strategy, coming from having a garden in the hospitals, recycling, collecting food waste, transitioning to automated electricity, transitioning also to renewable and reliable energy sources, and also water reclamations and different types and various of different strategy. So from coastal hospitals, is different context to high mortality hospitals, all the services need to be considered. They are local climate risks, not just present, but also future. And what are the stakeholders who will be benefiting and bringing into the conversation? A lot of the time, I will just challenge the local team or the stakeholders, saying that sometimes our decision right now really impact what happened to the future. So at the table, please make sure that there's a table for people that is coming later, our next generation. The next people or the voice needs to be there also, the plants, the animals, who are voiceless oftentimes. So sometimes our decision really not considering all of them. So here are some pictures that are some amazing initiative is trying to reduce waste for hospitals, understanding that all of this have an impact of the environment. We doesn't want to cure our patients in a hospital facility and send them back to an environment that is polluted. And they will come back again because of sick, and we will treat them, and we send them back to a polluted environment again. And this is a cycle that we see every day. And how can we stop and intervene that all our intervention is also environmentally sound? Another project, we are looking also to how we understand vulnerability. What are the data out there to help us make decisions? Here is an opportunity that we look at some elderly that is not yet in a nursing home stage, but they are gathering together in a community-based organizations for free food. There's a very high food security issue in Australia with housing and a lot of expenses crisis. And we're trying to look at the literature, what kind of data right now that help us understand who are the most at-risk population. It was very interesting that sometimes we assume people 65 years old is old and they're vulnerable and they have no capacity to taking care of themselves. A lot of the assumptions just have a very binary type, yes, no, healthy, non-healthy type. So there's not a spectrum that also consider other social and how this person or this community could really help each other. So, and also sometimes we thought early warning is a good thing, then we also have some unintended consequences. I just have this quote from a person that shared with us, I pack, watch the rain, and wait. But when it's actually over, you know, they quickly tell you when the cyclone is coming, but never tell you when it's safe. So I just stay up, stay on edge. That warning keeps looping in my head long after the water's gone. So a lot of time we just do half, we doesn't really alert them, so that the anxiety level is too high. The last minute of my presentation, I'll just show you these projects that we had in coastal cities in Indonesia, 3 cities that we partner with the primary healthcare in the front lines. Understanding how all this data could transform into information that help decision making. So this is some of the data that we have from the atmospheric, understanding the historical disaster data. Some provinces have conflict, have tsunami, and where are these people according to that catchment area? And what are the other adaptive capacity, like if they have a mosque for during heat wave, they can have access to cooling hubs or places like that. But a unique part that we try this project was to incorporate citizen science. So we are collecting also their adaptation practices. When it's hot, what do you do? So we want to collect those informations that what is working and what is not working, and if we need to allocate resources where it should be. So we are trying to have this in a real time and also continuously inform the local primary healthcare if they're planning for healthcare program and interventions. I will final heartwarming stories that we start from in a nursing home. Some people will ask me, what is a good preparedness or a good climate resilient aged care facility looks like? So this is the story. David, more than 80 years old, every day, every morning, he will go on the news and look at the weather forecast. If it's hot, like what you were seeing in the picture, today's weather is it's hot, we don't go out. We adjust our activity, and I'll also check on people who needs it. I will remind people to drink water. So for me, I guess this is a very heartwarming story to tell us how is climate resilient aged care facility looks like when an early warning system or alert message is there. People have the resource and access resource to react or adjust and also adapt to the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony, Tairu, for your excellent talk to address a lot of issues, important issues of climate change. And I think our efforts, the global efforts are important because such as decarbonization is important, but however, it's a very challenging issue. So Tairu is also have been in Taiwan for many years, right? And I think you are related to Taiwan. You study your public health in Hualien, in Tzu Chi Daxue, and in Taipei University, right? And I think you know the weather of Taiwan is relative, not changing a lot. Maybe not very hot, but also not very cold. But however, Taiwan is a subtropical area. Actually, the so-called tropical medicine, the father of tropical medicine, David Manson, actually what he have observed is from Taiwan, maybe because he used to study in Taiwan to observe and a lot of things, and then he write a book about tropical medicine. So Taiwan is suffering from the tropical change in the past history. Actually, the political history in Taiwan is also determined by the diseases. So it is an important issue. And our next panelists, actually the most important panelists, Mark Avery from Australia, Griffith University. Mark, please. Yes, thank you.
Yep, that's good. Thank you. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for organising the presenter as being Mark, because that's an easy name for me to remember. I don't need you to translate to Mandarin for me. So I'm Mark Avery, and I'm an Australian, which means I speak very quickly, and if I get excited, I'll get it up to 160 words a minute, and you won't understand a single thing I've said. So Tiffany will be responsible for saying, say it again. All right? So that's what's going to happen. Now, I'd like to do three things, and it's following on from Connie's presentation, and we're focusing here on a particular aspect of what Connie was talking about, where we've been researching and where we've been practicing, particularly around leadership and management in that environment of environmental sustainability. The work probably comes from the most recent phase 8 of the Healthy Cities agenda, which is about sustainability and interagency working. But we're focusing on leading and managing in health, aged and social care organisations. So in terms of Healthy Cities, I'm talking about the reactive high cost acute end of the continuum. I understand that. So this is a small part, if you like, of the total Healthy Cities continuum, but this is a big part of acute, aged and social care organisation delivery and effect and impact. And that area is under significant change and need for change as it relates to environmental sustainability. And so the whole agenda piece of this around leadership and management is about ensuring that our organisations are not just focusing on sustainability as it relates to the environment. A lot of work going on across the world, as Connie was talking about, but in Australia, if you go to the acute end of the Healthy Cities continuum, hospitals, aged care at home, aged care residential, social service delivery organisations, there is a big focus on sustainability from an environmental point of view. And one of the big, and so we're good at dealing with carbon, and we're good at dealing with all of the aspects that Connie was talking about. But what we're concerned of is as the impact comes upon us, and we've heard yesterday and today about the coming and the existing impact that we're in right now, in these acute care, aged care, social care organisations, we want to be sure that we quite urgently bed down the reaction and response across the whole continuum of care. And the analogy I've been thinking of for a while now is, remember starting 50 years ago, the quality agenda arrived in health, aged and social care. And to this day, the quality agenda in some parts can just be bolt on, not deep impact influence inside clinical and non-clinical practice. And my sense is, our sense is, if we don't get the environment and planet health right as it is addressed and dealt with in the acute care, aged care, social care sector, it will be another legacy change in this sector that's we're always running catch up. So, as an example, and I'll share three things with you, we can see that in leading and managing these organisations, there's been some great work done in terms of identification of the problems, identification of the agenda, identification of activities and plans. Connie showed the state of Queensland plans And what we are concerned with is lots of planning has been done, but whether we have implemented it well enough for it to be effective enough for it to take impact on the system. And so that is the agenda of leaders and managers in the acute sector, aged care sector, social care sector. So we're really keen that all of these areas are well represented by dealing with planet health, is what we're on about, not just the environment sustainability issue. So all of the systems in health services, I'm trying hard not to say the word hospitals because it's bigger than hospitals, measurement and reporting, interprofessional leadership and the engagement with the workforce about planet health, strategic governance responsibility, and it's been mentioned this morning, issues around prevention and population health roles. So it's a broad agenda, and the idea is we're encouraging research, development, education around deep implementation across the whole spectrum by leaders and managers in the system, in our system, and in the international system. So the kind of three particular areas that I'd seize on is a strengthening and deepening of strategic stewardship and system alignment. A lot of good work is being done, but I think there is an enormous way to go. So what we need are systematic approaches to position and operate for planet health across that broad spectrum in these organisations. Clinical and operational transformation. We saw on the recording just a few minutes ago, the areas that have clinical impact are already evident, but I don't sense, well, we don't sense that there is a deep, broad spectrum engagement and preparedness of clinical care models that will address what's coming and exists now in relation to planet health. So health facilities work in a certain way with certain models of care and certain medical nursing and allied health professional training, and so it needs to be much more deeper in terms of issues of planet health. And the third one is the issue of cultural change and capability building. In any healthcare organisation, aged care organisation or social care organisation across the world, culture belongs to the people. And leaders and managers need to understand that if we're going to enhance, encourage and enable a deep and much more comprehensive culture acceptance of planetary health, that's going to take time and resilience from leadership and management to enable that and encourage that, because the culture is owned by the people. It is their behaviour. And we're talking about enormous workforces across the globe, health workforces. In our country, health workforce is probably about 800,000 people in a population of 25 million. So it's a big sector in our country, same across the world. So if you want to influence the culture related to planet health of that particular workforce, it requires a very significant engagement by leaders and managers on reframing, on using innovation, ensuring protected time. So on that kind of continuum of where the leaders and managers of the health, aged care and social care organisers are at, there are some really important and significant achievements that have been made about agenda setting, about understanding the problem, about resourcing in some respect. But there are some tail end issues of the continuum that we believe need more action, more agitation, more learning, more support for leaders and managers, particularly around the speed, the need for the speed of change in the area that we're talking about, especially around shifting from environmental projects to core understanding by leaders and managers, and not episodic response, continuum response, and a change from overemphasising on mitigation and dealing with the underestimation of adoption by leaders and managers is probably the key areas. So one of our initiatives we've done, which extends from the work Connie's been talking about, which is happening live in this country right now, is the PETALS program. It's developed by our team at the university, Griffith University, and this program has been funded by the Australian Commonwealth Government from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and it is being gifted to the people of Taiwan. So, PETALS, I don't know who invented that, the program to equip Taiwanese healthcare leaders. I did say to Connie the other day, if we get to take this elsewhere, you do realise we can only take it to countries that start with T. Tunisia, Turkey, but now I understand Tainan. That's correct. So PETALS is a collaborative effort around this space of leading and managing for planet health in health, age and social care organisations. It commenced at the end of 2025 and the particular current program runs until 2027. And it's based on knowledge exchange at macro level, international exchange, down to micro level, exchanges between program participants and our faculty to engage on learning and change. It's about network building, and so we're exploiting the international space. Unreservedly, we're trying to exploit the international space, initially between Taiwan and Australia, and then wider. And we're adopting and using classic planetary health principles. So what happened was in late 2025, an invitation was sent to every agency we could think of in Taiwan to invite people to participate in the program. There are about 30 people. They come, mostly they are hanging out in Taipei, small town to the north, but they do come from the distance of Tainan and from Hualien on the east coast. And they're going to spend a year, they are spending a year of learning around these 4 spaces of health systems and planet health, around climate-ready infrastructure, around sustainable decision-making, and around leadership and governance. And so, I don't know what that is. And so, the idea here is that we're trying to support and enable around this space of leading and managing for planet health in our health, age and social care organisations. Sheshe.
Your excellent talk, talking about especially about management of healthcare system, especially to mention about the leadership as well as the culture. I think it is very, very important. So after the one facilitator and 3 panelists, I think we have still have some time for us to for questions and discussions. So is there any questions from the floor? Yes, please. Yes, Dr. Sun. Yes. Oh, okay. Microphone. Okay.
Thank you very much. So I think the presentations about professors is very interesting about plenary health because it makes me to revisit the concept of health and how and to which extent the system support this health system. So my question, although it's very naive, from the research perspective, I wish to learn more about your insights in terms of how to evaluate or how to demonstrate the effectiveness or efficacy of this plenary health. If I put this into research for regular monitoring of the progress, so what kind of data and evaluation we need in terms of to demonstrate its effectiveness?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I guess we're looking at it for what we're doing at a couple of levels. The first is classic evaluation of alignment of what were the objectives for the program that we're running, or what were the objectives for the strategy that we're running on environmental health. And we've converted those objectives into measurable KPI, measurable actionable items, so that we can actually count and do both quantitative and qualitative study on those outcomes. Second one is, for a particular program like PETALS, it has built into it that the participants need to bring a change strategy around this to practice in their organisation. And so it's measurable by the evaluation technique that's inside each project, as well as the fact that they bring an appropriate, relevant and comprehensive project to their organisation to make changes. And so there's two levels of evaluation. And thirdly, I guess, because we're trying to support the internationalisation of what we're doing and what everyone's doing, is that we will align and attune to everyone else's relevant and salient evaluation technique, so we align it. So if you're going to measure evaluation on your projects, we will need to look at how we would fit to that, so that we can also demonstrate a connection and a commitment and also a consistent outcome. Does that make sense, Connie? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for the answer to the question. Okay, Connie, do you want to make more comments? Okay, is there any other questions? Connie talk about the workforce. Actually, in Taiwan, we are suffering from losing the medical personnel from the public to the private services. So do we have a similar problem in Australia? How do you deal with it?
Okay. Answer yes. Because Australia health system is what we would call a mixed economy because of the history of the development of healthcare in Australia since European settlement. Public, private, private for-profit, private not-for-profit, private community is a bundle of how services are delivered, and they are quite interdependent on each other. 62% of all surgery in Australia is done in private hospitals. So it's not one or another, it is a comprehensive connection. The workforce moves between the whole system depending on choice and depending on recruitment strategies. So when we talk in our work about workforce, we are constant of we need to cover the whole sectors: acute care, aged care, social care, public system, government system, private, community systems.
Yep. And I think emerging issue is we're importing a lot of workforce from other countries. Because of climate change, also Australia introducing the Tuvalu climate refugee visas, and a lot of the bright brain from other countries are moving to Australia, and also raises a lot of the raising equity issues for other countries beyond Australia as well.
Another important issue is decarbonization, because we know the most dangerous enemy is medical facilities, because it is most carbon consumption. Also, do you have any special strategy to deal with it in Australia or in Hong Kong or in every countries, India, or is there any? Do you have any comments on how? Because all the hospitals actually they consume carbon mostly. Because so it is very difficult, because decarbonization is important for our health, but however, hospital is consume a lot of carbon and then making the heating earth.
Yeah, there's a terrible statistic we have on the world's carbon consumption in healthcare. We sit about just to the left of the middle. But if you measure carbon consumption per capita, we are the biggest burner off of carbon in the world. Because we're 26 million people in a landmass the size of mainland China, North America or Europe, with 25 million people. And so we have the fame as being per capita the biggest burner of carbon. We've kind of done some work around, for healthcare, as Mark says, it will never get to a point of zero in healthcare, never. But the issue is finding the point and the measure where it is an acceptable and sustainable level for what it is that we do in health, age and social care, and our current bioscience understanding and our current models of care understanding, the way we do healthcare. So we don't think it's ever going to go to zero. We're trying to find what the level is. Connie was talking about we're investing a lot of time in data collection and measurement and information systems to try and understand where that level is. But it's a significant task in the agenda of planet health.
I guess. Oh, sorry.
I would like to share the experience in Taiwan. And because I used to be the past president of JCT, responsible for the hospital accreditation. Actually, we put the standards because as a hospital accreditation. Because we put ESG, environment, social responsibility, and the governance, and we have to see the reports of how to make the decarbonization. So if they cannot pass it, then the hospital accreditation, the score will be lower, and actually it link to the health insurance in Taiwan. So I think it is the way of Taiwan dealing with this kind of problem. Okay. I'm sorry, Connie.
Sorry, I was just thinking to add also how we balance all this. We can't just say no to all the treatment or procedure, because sometimes colleagues like, if we are going to hit net zero, let's close out our hospitals and not giving any treatment, that's net zero. But then how do we make sure that we have the sweet spots, that we are giving enough quality of care, as well as also thinking and considering on environmental impact?
Great.
So we are also doing the research on petals, and I invite people here, if you're clinicians or people working in hospitals, healthcare, please give us your feedback and ideas and opinions about educational needs. And this is a collaboration with Dr. Nuan-Qing Huang from the Taichung Zhongshan Yi for this survey. So this is a 50 minutes survey, so hopefully we gather understanding the local needs about this area for research.
Okay, thank you. I think we have time for the last question. Is there any question?
Which you are answering.
If not, we are just at time to conclude this session. So on behalf of our organizing committee, I would like to present. Yeah, thank you. Okay, the first certificate and for our appreciation is for Dr. Sun Yi. And second is to Connie. Thank you.
Your gift.
Thank you, Connie. And Mark? I want to put it in home. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated for your excellent talk. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for all the inspiring speakers, moderator, and of course all the participants. And I hope today's discussion will continue to inspire future cooperation in promoting healthy and sustainable cities. Thank you everyone.
在今天的研讨会即将结束之际，我们要再次感谢所有讲者、主持人与与会来宾的支持与参与。希望今天的交流与讨论能够持续促进健康城市与永续发展的国际合作。再次感谢各位的莅临与参与，祝大家平安顺利，谢谢。